on doing it.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of my chairman, who has been called for an urgent task, I would like to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 25th, 2020. Report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the inspection tour.
Approves the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulation 2020 Legal Notice number 69 of 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kabinga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the inspection tour of police stations in Nairobi and Kajiado counties to assess the preparedness in the management of COVID-19. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order. Sorry, Leader Majority.
Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that aware that in accordance with the calendar of the House for the fourth session, 2020 as adopted on February the 18th, 2020, and on 17th of March 2020, 14th of April 2020, and 2nd of June 2020, the House is scheduled to proceed on short recess in respect of the second part of the session on Friday, July 3rd, 2020. Now, therefore, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 28.4, this House resolves to further alter the calendar by varying the resumption date of the short recess from Tuesday 21st, 2020 at 2:30 p.m. to Tuesday, July 28th, 2020 at 2:30 p.m.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question by the nominated member, the Honorable Sankok, 001. Nominee 001. Question by private notice. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to provision of Standing Order 42A.5, I rise to ask question number 009. Could the Cabinet Secretary give the status of availability in the county of drugs used to manage epilepsy and cerebral palsy, conditions such as drugs such as phenytoin, phenobarbital, among others? What step is the ministry taking to ensure constant availability of the said essential drugs so as to stop further death of children with this category of disability? 3, are there drugs classified as essential or life-saving that may be in short supply in the country? And if yes, what urgent measures are in place to ensure they are available within the reach of all citizens? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Well, the question is referred to the Departmental Committee on Health, but to appreciate that the question is by private notice, so a response is needed next week. Ordinary questions. Question by the member for Wudanyi. Member for Wudanyi, the Honorable Dan Mwashako, I've received your request that you would want to have the question deferred for purposes of having it asked in the Swahili language. And the request has been acceded to. So you'll have the question deferred so that you can go and have it drafted in the language that you best understand. Next question is by the member for Matuga, the Honorable Kasip Tandaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to ask question 089 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy. Roman 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why residents of Tiwi location in Matuga constituency who were awarded compensation on 26th January 2012 by Kenya Power following the installation of the proposed 132 kilovolts transmission power line, Rabai Galu high voltage power line, have not been paid the said compensation to date? Roman 2, when does the ministry intend to effect the said payments, factoring in the inflation rate from 2012 to date? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question referred to the Committee on Energy to prioritize. Next question by the member for Laikipia County, the Honorable Catherine Waruguru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 42A5, I wish to ask the following question, question number 092 of the year 2020, to the Cabinet Secretary of Water and Sanitation and the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary give the status of construction of Kahurora Dam in Laikipia County? 2, what measures is the ministry taking to ensure that the contention between the Kenya Forest Service and other government agencies regarding the construction of the project are resolved and that the project is implemented as scheduled? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Question referred to the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Last question by the member for Kilome, the Honorable Engineer Thaddeus Zambia. Last question. Question, not statements. Question. Member for Kilome. You don't have your card?
It is on now. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question 095, 2020, and it's directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Roman 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why over 100,000 support personnel in various schools are yet to be paid their salaries since March 2020, following closure of schools as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic? Roman 2, when will the operational funds meant for payment of salaries of the said personnel in school be released? Lastly, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the measures the ministry has put in place to ensure timely release of the said funds to ensure payment of staff salaries on time? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question is referred to the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Next segment of that order is the segment of requests for statements. First request is by the member for Soy constituency, the Honorable Caleb Kostani. The Honorable Caleb Kostani, you don't have a seat. Well, it was resolved by the House Business Committee that Sergeant at Arms, this is the order. It does not matter that a member had booked if by 2:45. Any member who had reserved a seat is not in the chamber. Other members who desire to come into the chamber may be allowed in. And those other members, they lose their right to be in the chamber. Proceed, Honorable Kostani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2C, I seek to request a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration of National Security regarding child rape and killings in Soy constituency in Uasin Gishu County. Honorable Speaker, for the last 5 months since February 2020, there have been rampant killings, kidnapping, and raping of young girls ranging between the age of 8 and 12 years in Moise Bridge area in Soy constituency. It is with great concern that a minor named Sarah Njeri, aged 11 years, went missing on the 21st of May 2020, and on the 18th of June 2020, her body was found cut into pieces and dumped in some area in Moise Bridge. The victim's mother, unfortunately, was arrested on the same night by the police in patrol while searching for her missing daughter on claims that she had violated the quarantine time. Honorable Speaker, other children who have lost their lives in this manner include Emma Wanyoto, age 21 years, Stacy Nabisu, age 11 years, Lucy Wanjiru, age 13 years, and Grace Njeri, age 13 years. Honorable Speaker, it is on this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration of National Security on the following. Roman 1, why are young girls targeted, and what is the status of investigations into the rape and the killings of the minors in Soy constituency? Could the Cabinet Secretary consider increasing the number of police officers and police stations in the affected areas so that you can and facilitating the police with vehicles and other essential equipment, especially in Ziwa police station, which is without a police vehicle? 3, what measures has the ministry taken to ensure that there is lasting security in Soy constituency, and in particular, the areas where rapes and killings are rampant? And 4, Mr. Speaker, what measure is the ministry putting in place to ensure that affected families are duly compensated for the loss of their loved ones? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very sorry, more consultation. The Honorable Washira Kabinga, you are the one who was holding brief for the chair of National Security. Don't you have a card that you can? It's not showing. Your card is not showing. Now it is showing.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened to the statement that is being sought by a member for Soy. It's very weighty, very serious matters. Mr. Speaker, this is something that I'll be communicating to our chairman and communicate to the relevant department for serious investigation. And we will give the status in 2 weeks, but we may require more time, but we will give the status in 2 weeks, whether we are able to get that statement.
Very well. The next request is by the member for North Mugirango, the Honorable Joash Nyamache.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek for a statement regarding the recruitment of the Chief Executive Officer at the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44.2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding recruitment of Josiah Arab Muriasi, the CEO at the Youth Development Fund. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Josiah Arab Muriasi was competitively recruited to the position of the CEO of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund with effect from 1st November 2016 for a term of 3 years, renewable once. His first term contract ended on 31st October 2019, and consequently, the board made a resolution to extend the same for the period of 6 months to allow for the newly appointed members of the board to review the CEO's first term performance, which could inform the resolution of the reappointment. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek for a statement from the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, on the following. Number one, whether the board considered the CEO's performance evaluation in consideration with a view to renew his contract or reappointment as provided for in the Executive Order Number 7, Mwongozo, relevant government circulars on the CEO's reappointment, and the fund's Human Resource Policy Procedures Manual. Number two, whether the extension of the CEO's contract for a period of 6 months after successively serving his first term was legally justifiable. Number three, whether there existed a possible conflicts of interests among the board chairperson and the members of the board during the voting in the matter of the contract renewal or reappointment for Mr. Muriasi. Number four, whether the board ignored the advice from the Inspectorate of State Corporations and National Treasury on procedures in reappointment of the public entity CEOs. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, whether the current board complied with the Youth Enterprise Development Fund Order, LN, number 63 of 2007, and the relevant government circulars, guidelines regarding appointments of the board chairpersons and independent members, and if it was indeed competent to make an objective resolution regarding Mr. Muriasi's request for reappointment. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Which ministry, sorry?
That's the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare.
Very well. Departmental Committee on Labor. I don't see anybody. Anyway, the request will be channeled through the Office of the Leader Majority. The next request is by the member from Vita constituency, Honorable Abdulsamad Nasheed.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kupitia kanuni za bunge 44(2) cha, ningeomba kuuliza na kusisitiza tena kupitia kamati ya uchukuzi kuhusu ulazimishaji wa kusafirisha mizigo kupitia reli almaruf SGR. Bwana Spika, tarehe 2 mwezi huu wa Juni nilileta ombi hili kuhusu ulazimishaji wa mizigo kutumia SGR. Ilipofika tarehe 16, Bwana Spika, mwezi huu wa Juni, mwenyekiti wa kamati ya uchukuzi akaleta ripoti ambayo ina tofauti kubwa na hali vile ilivyo mashinani. Alisema huu ni mpangilio wa marais wa nchi za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ya tarehe 12 Mei mwaka 2020. Na akasema kwa mizigo yote ya nchi za nje lazima zitumie reli, sababu kuu ni kuzuia mripuko na mchipuko wa maradhi ya korona. Jawabu lake likaendelea, Bwana Spika, na kusema ya kwa mawaziri wa nchi za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki wamepatiwa amri kutekeleza agizo hilo. Bwana Spika, ripoti zilioko zinaonesha kuwa nchi ya Uganda imekataa ulazimishaji wa kutumia reli. Pili, Bwana Spika, gharama alizozitaja waziri za usafirishaji wa mizigo hazilingani na zina tofauti kubwa mno na zile wahusika wanazolipa na kutumia. Tatu, Bwana Spika, kwa waziri anasema kutumia SGR ni jambo ambalo nchi zote zimekubaliana ya kuwa litazuia uenezaji wa korona. Ni jambo ambalo nchi jirani ya Uganda wameweza kukataa. Bwana Spika, 4, kusema ya kuwa Naivasha ICD ipo tayari inaenda kinyume na ripoti iliyoko na kuwekwa sahihi na nchi ya Uganda, Rwanda na Sudan Kusini ya tarehe Mei 22. Bwana Spika, hamna utafiti wowote ambao kwamba umeweza kufanywa wa athari ya kiuchumi kwa watu wetu wa Mombasa na wanaofanya kazi na kuishi kwenye njia ya reli. Kupitia haya, Bwana Spika, ningeomba uweze kutoa amri kwa kamati husika walete ripoti ya undani na ukamilifu iweze kuelezea kwanza, Bwana Spika, sababu ya kikweli ni ipi ambayo imemlazimisha waziri kutoa amri hii bila idhini ya bunge wala ufuatiaji wa sheria. Na pili, Bwana Spika, ya kwa baada ya hiyo ripoti iweze kutolewa amri bunge lisimamishe agizo hili kwa mara moja mpaka watu waweze kuwasiliana na hususan wenye kuathirika. Na zaidi, Bwana Spika, ripoti ambayo itaweza kuelezea kinaga ubaga athari za hali ya kiuchumi ya watu wa Mombasa na wale wengine wanaoishi na kufanya kazi katika njia ambao kwamba hii reli inaweza kupita, Bwana Spika, ikiwa mpangilio huu utaweza kuendelea. Asante sana.
The chairman, Departmental Committee on Transport. I think, given the enormity of this matter, I would suggest to the chairman and his committee that you don't just go and get a statement from the cabinet secretary. You invite the cabinet secretary to a meeting as soon as possible. Invite the Honorable Abdul Samad, member of Vita, and any other person who may be interested to come and discuss the matter, so that the report which you table before the House will not just be by way of a statement, it will be seeking a resolution of the House, so that whatever agreements that are reached are enforceable, if not by any other person, but by this House. I think, Honorable Kosing, that should be the way to go, so that we do not keep getting these issues coming. You come and bring a statement, it is being disputed. Go and get everybody so that you take proper evidence,
Yes,
based on facts, so that this matter can be put to rest, be addressed with finality, and then this House can come and even be able to discuss your report, if need be, adopt it as a way of a resolution of the House. That way, I think this issue can be resolved, so that we don't get all manner of busybodies, coming to complain about it. This is the formal way to deal with the matter, what the Honorable Abdul Samad has done. Honorable Kosing, what's your comment?
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And we want to say that we will oblige with your direction. So, and I think so that we can conclude and address this matter. As you said, Honorable Speaker, in your able guidance, my committee will ask for 1 month. I don't want to delve into it, Honorable Speaker, because I'm going to adjudicate. So I want to be a fair adjudicator. But as an MP of Pokot South, Honorable Speaker, during maybe the report, I have an issue. I will raise serious issues, Honorable Speaker, so that we can see, you guide the House and guide us as committees, so that we conclude this matter, Honorable Speaker. Because if you look at what is going on and what has been going on, Honorable Speaker, you can actually almost even see the direction. So, Honorable Speaker, because I am going to be adjudicator, let me not give my opinion. Let me remain adjudicator as you guided me, Honorable Speaker. And during the report, I will say what I want to say today. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Bwana Spika, ikiwa mwenyekiti angeomba muda wa mwezi mmoja, basi ni sawa. Hatuwezi kukaa na watu wanaendelea kuwa walalahoi na huku inaonekana ya kuwa bunge haifanyi kazi lake, kwa sababu tukianza kuzungumza habari ya lugha ya mwezi mmoja, basi ni sawa. Waziri mwenye kuhusika kabla hiyo ripoti aweze kutoa amri ya kwa ile agizo ambalo kwamba amelifanya yeye, ambalo halina kanuni yoyote ya kisheria, tungelipinga, lingelikuwa limeletwa hapa katika bunge. Agizo lile mara moja, ili waoneshe ya kwa kuna nia safi na watu wa Mombasa na maeneo mengine wawache na walieke lile agizo kando. Baada ya kulieka agizo lile kando, Bwana Spika, hiyo ripoti yake ikija itakuwa kila mmoja ameweza kuhusika. Wale wenye kuzungumza katika vibaraza ambao hawaleti mambo katika bunge na wale wenye kuzungumza katika bunge, wote waweze kuyaleta. Lakini kuanzia sasa mpaka wakati huo, ningeomba Bwana Spika, kwa unyenyekevu, hii bunge nchi nzima inatuangalia Bwana Spika, ya kwa tuweze kukubaliana. Lao sivyo, wiki ijayo atuelezee, wiki ijayo kabla bunge halijaweza kufungwa, aweze kutuelezea pale ambapo kwamba ilipofika, ili tujue hali halisi vile ilivyo.
Are you able to have a meeting in the course of next week, Honorable Kosing?
Honorable Speaker, yes, we can have a meeting, but I want to look at it that we need to address this matter, Honorable Speaker. If you guide the House and guide my committee properly, we want to address comprehensively so that we set a date when the minister is prepared, and I invite all our colleagues from the coast, Honorable Speaker, not one person. We have to address this issue as a House and as a country and as leadership, Honorable Speaker. So, but if there is preliminary, if you guide us to have and meet with the Honorable member next week for preliminaries, but for Honorable Speaker, for us to address this issue comprehensively, allow us 1 month, Honorable Speaker, so that we invite all ourselves and leadership of the coast. And when I do that, Honorable Speaker, I urge Honorable Nasir to also be present, Honorable Speaker, in those meetings so that we can be able to address as a country and as leadership, Honorable Speaker. This is our country.
Can you do a preliminary meeting next week so that the issues he's just raised can be addressed even at that point?
Sawa sawa, Bwana Spika.
We can do that, Honorable Speaker, Wednesday.
Na Bwana Spika, naona wengi wanataka kulizungumzia. Chini ya amri yako Bwana Spika, chini ya amri yako.
The member for Budalangi, you know, he's been out of Bunge Parliament for some time. You put an intervention. There's a column for intervention. I don't see any name other than the leader of minority.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had actually 2 issues which are related to this matter before us. But let me start with the first one, which I think you have almost settled. That this matter, I think, has been so politicized that I think it is important that the chair holds a meeting as early as possible for immediate intervention, because there are people who are crying for their livelihood, that already they are being deprived of their way of life. And I think that is important, that the chair prioritizes this matter, because I can see there is a politicization of this matter, which if not managed properly, innocent people may suffer consequences. But Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you can allow me at this stage to raise another matter related to this in line with our standing orders, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether I can do that at this stage.
Can we clear with this?
Or we finish the statements, then I can.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The only people who have interventions I can see is Kingola Macau, member for Mavoko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I support the honorable member. You know, the Port of Mombasa and the SGR has a trickle-up effect, if not down. Mr. Speaker, you realize, after that directive, all the towns along...
There's no debate. What is the point of order? Your intervention must be on a point of order.
Mr. Chair.
We want to, I'm not a Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
You must have just come from Avoko.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it touched my heart. And I thought we were contributing. That's why my mind was in it. And I was feeling, according to your ruling, that the minister comes and tells the House what actually measures is taking, or even what you said, as a House, we are going to take a position on this issue. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's really killing economies. I can tell you, my towns, you know, Mulolongo, Athi River, Chumvi, Konza,
Now,
everywhere.
what is the intervention now? You know,
so, Mr. Speaker,
honourable members, just look at standing order number 83. When you press your card for intervention, you must be rising on a point of order, and then you said on which order you are standing.
I stand guided, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
So, member for... You can't raise your hand up here. No, you are in the Stone Age. Intervention. You know, every member was taken through how to handle these gadgets. It looks like some of you have, these things don't stick in your mind. You must know how to press the intervention button. No, whose authority? No, you can't just start raising your hand up. Honorable Ajala, I will just confirm just now that you are just misapplying it. Where is it? Give him. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to congratulate Honorable Kimunya to have become the majority leader.
You're also on a point of order.
Yes, and my point of order is this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy that you are the chairman, he's the majority leader. But this House has really demoralized some of us who have been sitting in the parliament when ministers were in this House. Mr. Speaker, the member for Kisii, it's called who? He was here, he stood for a point of order, and he was told his question will be answered in 2 months. The MP for Mvita stands here, his answer will come after 1 month. The Speaker, Kenyans have a lot of issues that needs to be addressed. And you and I and Kimunya, we were in this House. When the Speaker sat on that chair, everything was solved within a week. For how long will Kenyans keep on waiting 2 months, 3 months, 4 weeks? Some of ministers do not even come here. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this House should even intervene for BPI to come so that we have our ministers here to deal with our issues. That's my point of order, Mr. Speaker.
That is lamentation. It is not a point of order. Honorable Ajala, the governance structure that you adopted when you got the Constitution of Kenya 2010 is a presidential system. And there are no ministers or cabinet secretaries in the House. So you must live with it. They always say that choices have consequences. So you can see now the consequences. So as a result, as you lament, I have sympathy with your lamentation that because of what used to happen in the past, in the former dispensation, answers were given in real time. Today, many Kenyans think that you actually are not doing anything because you ask questions and you get those kind of responses. But also on the other hand, the chairman of a committee cannot come here and start committing themselves about things which are out there. Because they will come and just like what the member from Vita said, a statement was read. He says it was not satisfactory, and several members have said the same thing. But what do? It is the governance structure that you gave yourselves, so you live with it until such time as you say, you perhaps will persuade Kenyans to change the structure. Yeah? So, although I have sympathy with what you are saying, Honorable Ajala, because you and I know that how efficient the other system was. Because if it's a minister giving an undertaking here, we could direct that the response be given even next week, on Monday or Tuesday. But this one now, how do you tell the chair of a committee, we want this answer tomorrow? From where? So it's a problem. But of course, many Kenyans don't understand that that's where the problem is. Is this an intervention by the Honorable? No, there is not. The intervention which is there is by the Honorable Chris Wamalwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my concern pertaining what had been raised is that we've had a lot of issues on this matter of the SGR, Mr. Speaker. And the entire of last week, we also discussed about this. And I remember even there was a response to be given, but the Honorable Member, my chairman, was not on the floor of the House. And by then, the majority leader mentioned that this matter, I think, as per your direction, it should be, a preliminary meeting should be done for purposes of inclusivity so that it resolves once and for all, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
And the member for Lugali, who had withdrawn his card, is now gone back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to concur with you that as a member of the committee, I support the chairman. We are ready to start interrogating this matter as soon as possible so that we can resolve this crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Laikipia.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to raise my concern because I'm concerned by the habits of a number of members of parliament who have made it their habit to address the media and state things which they cannot substantiate and cannot be proved in any court of law, that it is, yes, very important that we need to have a hearing and a substantive sitting for this matter so that we bring it to a stop. I also wish to ask, Mr. Speaker, we have colleagues in this House who have a habit of saying things both in mass and social media, addressing press conferences on false allegations which cannot be substantiated and maligning the names of their colleagues. And House Speaker, we should be able to deal with this. And one subject of it is this matter of the SGR. It must be bring to a conclusion so that those people who are peddling lies and taking advantage of playing partisan politics with cabinet secretaries, with PSs, with certain individuals, it be brought to an end. And that the Powers and Privileges Committee should take action on members who are taking advantage of their colleagues to call them names. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, there's no debate. Not yet, because I can see too many interventions. But if you are just going to say the same thing, and we've already agreed that there's going to be a preliminary meeting, I thought the Honourable Chris Wamalwa got it correct, that there'll be a preliminary engagement next week. And then after that, you craft and style your report in the form of seeking a house resolution. So that whatever it is that you will have gathered, you bring it out here, your colleagues are able to go through it, interrogate it, debate it, and make a decision one way or other. I think let's not go to this one. Let's get to the next. On this segment, there is a request by the member for Funyula.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm lucky that my neighbor, Mheshimiwa Wanjala, is here. The issues could as well touch on him. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairpersons for the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations and Administration of National Security on the continued harassment of Kenyans, particularly fishermen, by authorities from the Republic of Uganda in Lake Victoria. Honorable Speaker, on 16th June 2020, 3 Kenyan fishermen, namely Messrs. Victor Ouma, Godfrey Sande, and Douglas Wandera, were ambushed and their fishing gears confiscated by policemen from the Republic of Uganda, approximately 200 meters from the Kenya-Uganda border on the Kenyan side at Seaport, Funyula constituency. Mr. Uma, who had earlier undergone a harrowing experience in the hands of the said foreign policemen, jumped into the lake in a bid to evade the illegal arrest, but unfortunately drowned. His lifeless body was retrieved 2 days later and buried, thereby compelling the Ugandan authorities to release the other 2 fishermen and their fishing gear. Honorable Speaker, it's on this account of this alarming and most unfortunate incident that I wish to request for a statement from the chairpersons of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations and Administration and National Security. With respect to the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, the chairperson should inform the House on the specific measures that has the government of Kenya put in place, 1, to address the continued harassment of Kenyans, particularly fishermen in Lake Victoria, by authorities from the Republic of Uganda. Number 2, secure the international border on Lake Victoria and the marine resources on the Kenyan waters, considering that this House did pass the Kenya Coast Guard Services Act in 2018, which mandated the service to enforce maritime security and safety in the Kenyan territorial waters. With respect to the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security, the chairperson should inform the House on whether there are any compensation and relief mechanisms in place to cater for victims of such harassment or illegal and wrongful arrests and their dependents, such as family of the late Mr. Victor Ouma. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So your statement, no, honourable members, don't bother. I can see you have put your intervention. I will not allow it, because I will not allow debate on the excuse of interventions. When the statement comes, then you can raise whatever issues. But now when he has just, you want to rise in your place and say, even me, I have had a similar case, and those kind of things really. This is Parliament. Let's just go by our rules. Well, now that statement is directed at 2 committees. Honorable Kavinga, there is an aspect to the committee that you belong to. Honorable Kato, on what is a matter of foreign relations. Or the Honorable Tongi, the Vice Chair. Is any of them in the House? Is this the Honorable Tongi? Yes, you.
Mr. Speaker, we undertake as a committee to get a response in the next 2 weeks, if it's possible, but we'll engage as much as we possibly can. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Kavinga, Washira.
Thank you, Chair. We will also undertake to respond in the next 2 weeks on the same, Mr. Honorable Speaker.
Well, course, we don't have they are not the ones who are, they are not the ones, they will have to get the information from some other people who are not in the house. So there were some responses. I would want to request the chairs to be brief. The first response is by the chairperson, Committee of Health. The chairperson, Health, you have gone to bed. You are asleep. Or you are planning how to be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to respond or read a statement regarding question raised by Honorable Mwikali Mutua, MP Busia County, regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues raised was the contingency plans that the ministry is putting in place to prepare for partial opening of economy and easy movement. And the ministry, in conjunction with stakeholders, have come up with guidelines for different sectors of the economy and socio-cultural interactions so as to guide the conduct during work and social interactions. Every sector is required to develop protocols and SOPs based on these guidelines and submit them for approval by Ministry of Health. Counties have been empowered through health and other agencies to ensure compliance to these guidelines, and counties have also been facilitated to increase their COVID-19 bed capacity to a minimum of 300 bed capacity so as to be able to handle any upsurge of cases which may be occasioned by the partial reopening of the economy. Mr. Speaker, members will appreciate that even today's, I know the third supplementary, there is money that has already been sent to the counties for the same. On implementation of the home-based care policy for COVID-19 patients, the launch of the home-based isolation and care guidelines was done on 10th of June, 2020. The decision to develop the guidelines came as a result of 78% of the confirmed cases are asymptomatic, or they have mild symptoms who can safely be managed at home. And the potential upsurge of COVID-19 cases based on the epidemiological modeling. The implementation of the home-based care will leverage on existing Nyumba Kumi initiative, estate management committees, and other local administration. Following the launch, modules and PowerPoint presentation have been developed and training to be conducted to the community health volunteers, who in turn will educate the caregivers. Coincidentally, some of the community health volunteers may happen also to be the caregivers. The arrangement of human resource and structure of care is as follows. One community health volunteer will take care of 10 households, and they will be reporting to a healthcare worker, preferably a community nurse, who will supervise 5 community health volunteers. The healthcare workers will be reporting to the link healthcare facility and onwards hierarchy of management for future reference. However, immediate reporting system by the Jitenge system of monitoring will reach the national level immediately, and data will be interpreted for further management. There is electronic alert response system, which is known as Jitenge system. This is an application that guides through the process of reporting daily defined condition of a COVID-19 exposed individual during the 14 days quarantine or isolation period. Jitenge is developed as a module within the National Electronic Alert System in response to the uniqueness of COVID-19 pandemic. All persons meeting the case definition for exposure to COVID-19 are eligible to use this application. The main objective of this system is to provide critical data for self-quarantine isolated cases at national and county level for decision-making and quick intervention. In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, Jitenge system can be used in designed quarantine or isolation facilities or homes, and for special interest groups such as truck drivers. A client is prompted every 24 hours to report on symptoms and or changes in health condition, with multiple reminders in case of default in reporting. It is available as a mobile phone application and as USSD session by dialing *299#. And this can be done on both smartphone and Mulika Mwizi. Notification to healthcare workers in the event of change to asymptomatic or default in reporting. The Jitenge systems allows the remote management of many clients at the same time with their records digitalized, and it also allows geomapping and geofencing. Reports can be aggregated from quarantine or isolation facilities and specific interest groups such as truck drivers at the county and national level. On enforcement of various protocols on social distancing in all active sectors in the country, every sector has a chain of management, and it is the role of management to ensure compliance to these laid down protocols, bearing in mind that the organization were heavily involved in coming up with them. Before reopening, inspections are done by a team of specialists to check on the levels of compliance. Once opened, further routine inspections shall be done from time to time for continuous compliance and corrective action when necessary. Health information and education will be continuous to serve as a reminder on the need for social distancing, as well as the proper use of masks, hand washing, and other methods of disease control. Interagency collaboration will be key in social distancing, especially where there are issues of crowd control, e.g. in demonstrations, barriers, and other social gatherings. There is a use of CAP 242 to prosecute the offenders. On the status report on mass testing countrywide, the mass testing, Mr. Speaker, started since the beginning of the outbreak. The WHO has emphasized the importance of testing in the early stages of this pandemic. The target of testing in Kenya was of persons with symptoms of virus and international travelers returning from COVID-19 affected countries. But all this now has changed with the evidence of established local transmission in the country, where 57% of current confirmed cases are local. Public health approaches in breaking the chains of transmission of any epidemic is hinged on testing and its extent. Ideally, mass testing of either the entire or a large population for COVID-19 allow for the true extent of the epidemic in a country to be determined with a level of accuracy, and enables prompt intervention of case identification, isolation, treatment, contact tracing, and quarantine to be taken to contain spread of the virus. For this COVID-19 pandemic, this ideal approach cannot be attained by many countries, particularly the low, medium income countries like ourselves, because of the cost, technology, and expertise required to conduct the current gold standard test of RT-PCR on high throughput automatic platforms. Further, the global demand and scramble for the equipment and test reagents has resulted in scarcity, which makes it even more difficult for the low medium income countries to secure these commodities, even if the resources were available. It is therefore important for Kenya to choose its strategy of testing within its means in response to COVID-19. Based on the above reason, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health has chosen the strategy of expanded targeting testing known as ETT. This strategy will expand testing beyond the current one of testing case alerts, hospital admissions, travelers, quarantines, and contacts, and now cover testing at risk groups in emerging high-risk regions in the country. Overall, this will inform timely and effective public health response to break transmission of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. On the testing plan, Mr. Speaker, laboratory testing for COVID-19 is critical to tracking the virus, understanding epidemiology, informing case management, and breaking the chain of transmission. Currently, laboratory testing utilizes molecular methods based on polymerase chain reaction, which is PCR, to detect COVID-19 RNA. Testing resources are still limited to a few laboratories that run manual real-time PCR assays, and those within high throughput platform that routinely support HIV reference laboratory testing. As at mid-April 2020, this existing laboratory capacity can test up to 2,000 sample cases daily if all the Roche platforms are utilized and reagents are available. Networks of the testing laboratories have been developed with each assigned particular county that they support. This expanded network is harnessing the existing National Laboratory Specimen Referral Program to ensure counties are covered. And to be able to save time, Mr. Speaker, we will be tabling in this House all the laboratories that are now being used as testing labs in Kenya. The following target population have been prioritized for testing. There is the high risk or high priority groups, which include individuals meeting currently at the Ministry of Health case definition, all contacts of confirmed cases at conclusion of quarantine period as per the Ministry of Health guidelines, senator health facilities conducting ILI and SARI surveillance in counties without evidence of ongoing transmission, in order to provide information on the true geographical scope of COVID-19 transmission in Kenya. All frontline health workers are also undergoing rapid response, working as a rapid response team, working in quarantine centers, isolation facilities, and testing laboratories, regardless of whether they are contact or a confirmed case. A frontline healthcare worker includes a healthcare professionals and even the people who are doing the cleaning and laundry of these, and the personnel like the clerks, cleaners, admission, reception, the clerks, patient transporters, all these are going through testing. All healthcare institutions workers where COVID-19 returnees and high-risk contacts were mandatory quarantined are being tested. Truck drivers and crew, and especially those crossing international boundaries, and those who seek accommodation or spend nights in areas where there is ongoing community transmission. Port health and non-health staff working at airports, seaports, ground crossing, and checkpoints. And in areas of confirmed transmission, prioritize staff at the supermarket, PSV crew, market vendors, security personnel, and other individuals within the vicinity. Geographic areas, subpopulations, or institutions which have reported clustering of case, e.g. the port institution and airlines, are also being tested. There's also testing in health facility, which is health facility-based, where all patients requiring admission for severe respiratory disease or medical attention for influenza-like illness at all the 47 county referral hospitals and selected private and faith-based hospitals are being tested. Persons with COVID-19 compatibility illness attending specialized clinic like HIV, the ones who are looking for treatment of diabetes, hypertension, renal, cardiac cancer, TB, etc. also going through testing. And then there's a community and population-based where clusters of severe respiratory illness or death identified through ongoing community event-based surveillance, clusters identified in the HDSS platform, and geographical hotspots. On the status of testing of all Kenyans' border points, Mr. Speaker, the current guidelines for the border points dictate that all truckers are required to be in the possession of COVID-19 negative attestation letters having been tested at least 48 hours before beginning their journey. However, most truck drivers present themselves at the border points without the document, necessitating sample collection to be conducted at this point. This has resulted to huge traffic snarl-ups at the major border points. To avert these, teams have been deployed in the most affected areas like Busia County borders to ease the situation. Their task has been to collect samples and take them to the regional labs for processing in liaison with the county government. Traffic is now flowing normally at Busia and Malaba borders. So far, over 20,000 tests have been done and drivers cleared to cross the borders on all Kenyan border crossings. Sample collection is still ongoing in the designated points of entry and inlet points. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, I'll be tabling the labs that are available in Kenya, and also the money that the government has allocated. Next week, we'll be tabling which county and the amounts that they have received. Mr. Speaker, my committee also received today, and I need to mention a letter from Honorable Jude Jomo, and we'll be investigating a case where the test was done, which was not the true results, Mr. Speaker. And we just want to say, because Honorable Jude Jomo is our colleague, that my committee has received his letter and will be investigating the matter where they were given the wrong test results. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Well, we may appreciate the information contained in your very long statement, but I was just wondering, the question by the Honorable Florence Mutua related only to the measures taken by the national government to manage the spread of COVID-19 amongst truck drivers at the Busia border. So those things about Jude Jomo, that is not part of it, but even you have given, maybe the members will obviously be happy to see your statement because of that is a matter of COVID. It's for that reason that I allowed you to ramble on and on and on. Otherwise, I was wondering, is the Honorable Florence Mutua in the House?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I'm happy with the response that I was given by the Chair Health, because the issue we have is the trucks that are already at the county. There are too many. And the issue that I had raised, Mr. Speaker, was to have, that one she has handled about them being tested before departure. That is what is going to help the issue at the Busia borders. What I didn't get very well, Mr. Speaker, is now those drivers have been there for almost like a month or 2 months. How are we going to help Busia County to do the mass testing? What I want to appreciate, Mr. Speaker, is that the national government has already allocated the funds. Busia County has already received the 107 million. So we also hope that the procurement process will be faster so that we can be able to acquire the 300 bed capacity. But I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, and the House, Busia County is a time bomb. We have a lot of problems there. We have a lot of trucks there and a lot of truck drivers. And I am sure all of us understand what is going on there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Especially those who know the tiny town of Busia. No. Honourable members, there's a, you see, the question, the statement was sought by the Honourable. Now that looks like this is a debate for Busia and Ugunja. Certainly, it will not get to Homa Bay now at this rate. So the Honourable Opio Wandai, what?
Mr. Speaker,
You see, at this point, you may seek clarification.
Yes.
Yes.
It's true. I've gotten the response very, very clearly, even though it basically confined to Busia. And yet we know there are spillover effects of this crisis in Busia town to as far as Ugunja town, which is in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there is no open space available in Ugunja because a lot of trucks. Ugunja, yes. Ugunja is the capital city of my constituency. Mr. Speaker, the trucks...
Are you sure you are using language understood by majority of the members?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll understand in a short while. Mr. Speaker, we need a more comprehensive approach to this matter. Because if you try to address the matter in isolation in Busia and forget about the other towns along the main highway, then we are not doing anything useful. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, apart from the COVID-19 threat or risk that is being posed to my people in Ugunja, there's also social aspects. Mr. Speaker, these drivers, when they troop into an area as small as Ugunja town, you know the consequences, Mr. Speaker. And this has to be addressed because...
Why are you saying that I know the consequences?
Mr. Speaker, already the country is grappling with the menace of teenage pregnancies. And yet we are having strangers trooping into my very, very serious town of Ugunja. And yet we have got a lot of children, young girls who are at home, and we are going to face a problem, Mr. Speaker. So we need this Ministry of Health to develop a more comprehensive approach to this matter so that we don't have come back and start lamenting 5 or so months down the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Member for Budalangi. That is very risky.
Thank you, Mr.
That's a person
Speaker.
who should be identified and be whisked out of the chamber.
Mr. Speaker.
Now, like the way you are now dressed. Yes, that way.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of Busia is touching on the lives of people of Busia and people of Siaya. Mr. Speaker and Bungoma. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I led a delegation of 5 members of parliament, 6 members of parliament to Inspector General's office to enforce the rule that from the source, each and every driver must have a certificate of COVID-19 negative. Mr. Speaker, I led again delegation to the Ministry of Health and we met the Cabinet Secretary. Both of them, Mr. Speaker, they promised to act to ensure that no lorry will leave coast, the source, to Busia without that certificate. This issue is not only touching on the Busia alone, as you have been told. Siaya, Busia, Bungoma, we are in danger. Now that the police have made the roadblocks to be ATM, Mr. Speaker, the people of Busia left helpless. Do you empower us as members of parliament, because the government is not working, and we swore that we will protect our people using this house? Why don't you authorize us to use our own militias at home to deal with this issue? Because it is a serious issue, and yet even the government is not able to come up and do mass testing to our people. Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's good to create a problem to solve a problem. We are being taken for a ride. So it's an issue that is needed to be addressed urgently. Already,
Very well, over now. You can't advocate for anarchy, and then you say you want to be authorized. So if this is the way we are going to seek clarification, what clarification has been sought? So no more on that. The Honorable Melly. And while responding, Honorable Melly, I would request that you address the issue raised by the Honorable Omboko Milemba, because the Honorable Wangwe is not in the House and has given notice of his inability to be in the House.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. Honorable Speaker, on 6th of June, Honorable Omboko Milemba sought a statement regarding the payment of teachers, the non-payment of teachers across the country recruited by schools Board of Management, that is the BOM teachers. Honorable Speaker, he also sought, among others, that what is the full budget of co-curricular activities, which include music, sports, games, drama, and others, and B, what amounts have been refunded back to the ministry as per the circular, Ministry of Education, MOE ACC 135, Volume 5, 190, and how much was used and for what purposes, given that schools closed early before the activities could take off. Honorable Speaker, members, the CS brought the statement, and I just want to skim through it because it's a long one, and I'll table Honorable Omboko Milemba and members will look at the details at the table. That the co-curricular budget for 2019-2020 financial year that caters for co-curricular activities such as music, sports, games, and drama is as stipulated below. He has given the budget and says that co-curricular activities was 767 million shillings. That was the amount. FPE and free-day secondary school curricular activities is 2 billion 95 million 68,615. The total expenditure for co-curricular activities, Honorable Speaker and members, is 2.8 billion 62 million 68,615. On the second issue, on the issue of the circular, Honorable Speaker, a total of 725 million 325,990 has been refunded as at June 12, 2020 to the ministry as per the circular, which was actually, I had quoted earlier on. The funds were then used as indicated on the table below. That is the money that was refunded. I think that is what the Honorable Member was asking. And he has given a long table, Honorable Speaker. One of it is Kenya Institute of Curriculum and Development, used 353,771,892 for quarter grants, the fourth quarter grants. Kenya Institute of Special Education, 49 million. United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, 23 million. Kenya National Examination Council, 44 million. The subtotal there is 520 million. 2, teachers training colleges. They also received part of these refunded funds. Aberdare Teachers College got 2 million, that is for the fourth quarter grants. Asumbi Teachers, 4,654,000. Baringo Teachers, 3,665,000. Bondo Teachers, 2,992,000 for the fourth quarter. And Borabu Teachers, 2,270,000. And the list goes on, Honorable Speaker. The total is 105,125,000. The other AIs, they were also how the money was spent. Sub-county directors of education, they got 38 million. Regional directors of education, 927,000. County directors of education, 55 million. And the grand total is 725 and 6,441. Honorable Mboko also sought that what measures the ministry putting in place to ensure that workers and teachers employed by Board of Management are continuously paid during the COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable members, and you know very well that these are actually young men and women who are actually dependent on this mere salary, and actually they need to be, the response is as follows. Honorable Speaker, the funds that the ministry dispersed to public primary and secondary schools and the teachers training colleges does not include the provision for teachers on boards of management. This is mainly because the policy on recruitment and employment of teachers is the constitutional mandate of the Teacher Service Commission. The engagement of teachers is independently done by the respective boards without the involvement of the ministry. However, as explained in 4 below, please, the ministry has already facilitated public primary and secondary schools and the public teacher training colleges to enable them continue paying wages to their support staff engaged by BOM for the period ending 30th June 2020. Then the last question, the next question was, would the ministry consider utilizing part of these funds to pay the schools or institute support staff who have also not been paid for the last 3 months? And the response is, the Ministry of Education caters for support staff wages, both in public primary and secondary schools, through free primary and free day secondary school education fund. For the teachers training colleges, part of the co-curricular activities funds that were recently funded to the ministry were reallocated and disbursed to the colleges to enable them pay wages for the institutions. And lastly, what measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure that workers and teachers employed by BOM, boards of management, are continuously paid during this period of COVID-19 pandemic? The response is, as explained in 4 above, the Ministry of Education only has the mandate to pay the support staff in both public primary and secondary and teachers training colleges. This does not, however, include the provision for payment for BOM teachers, as the recruitment and employment of teachers is under the mandate of the Teacher Service Commission and BOMs in their respective capacities. The ministry will continue remitting the requisite funds to the public schools and teachers training colleges to ensure that the support workers continue to be paid. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I therefore, Honorable Speaker, also want to table there's the response from Honorable Angwe, and I think he's not in. Can I be able to table both of them so that I think he can be able to check on them? Thank you.
Member for Emwa. Yes. No, only the one related to the...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm happy with the answer, and I want on the onslaught to say that the reason why we sought to know the budget for co-curriculum activities in schools and followed up by the circular to refund them was to see where the money is going. We want to appreciate the fact that the minister has been able to list how we spend this money, Honorable Speaker, but would wish a clarification on the fact that these monies are going towards payment of fourth quarter grants to institutions and education sagas that ordinarily are budgeted for by the government in the normal budget. And that includes the KICD and so on and so forth, together with the colleges, which again, that have received their fourth quarter, and this also is ordinarily budgeted for. And therefore that clarification is important, Honorable Speaker. I think then I become yet another victim of not having CSS in the House, because that would require that if the Wazir was here, would clarify, because these monies were budgeted for, including the last bit, Honorable Speaker, which is the second half AIEs, utilities to sub-county directors. This is all budgeted for. So later on, Honorable Speaker, would want to get a clarification on how this money, where this money goes once they get their budgetary allocations for these vote heads that this money has actually gone to. Secondly and lastly, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the payment of the BOM teachers, Honorable Speaker, I would want to get a further clarification on the fact that the calendar for funding schools is not aligned to the country budget. The country budget ends in June, but when you look at the school terms, they proceed up to December. There's a clarification on how we can align these budgets so that we ascertain, in first time, Honorable Speaker, they receive 50% of the monies to school, second term 30%, and third term 20%. As it is now, Honorable Speaker, the schools have not received any monies of second term, which is 30%, and 20% for third term. But let me talk about 30% because this is second term. Honorable Speaker, this money is in a further circular that was given to schools on the organization of the implementation of the funding of schools. The school heads were asked to use part of these monies to pay the BOM teachers. So the fact that the 30% for second term has not been relayed to schools, and today I confirmed with the school heads around the country because of their capacity, has not been sent, it puts them in an awkward position to pay not only the workers but also the BOM teachers. So that clarification will be important for these youthful workers of Kenya who are actually filling the gap for the lack of enough teachers in our schools because we are unable to employ. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mele, are you able to clarify any of the issues raised?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the Honorable Member is a member of my committee, and the CS is coming to the committee next week. So therefore, I think that these are some of the issues the CS will personally clarify and be able to put them to rest. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, you know there's no debate, please. And I know when I also have to manage time. Yes, in as much as I can see your hands up, the honorable, there's a member there whose face is not very clear. No, even you and even Honorable Rachel, none of you is going to say anything because the Honorable Mele has said that the CS is appearing before the committee next week. So why would you want to seek clarification? And Honorable Mele is saying, no, I can't appear at that time. That's the person who is going to answer all your concerns. Unless you just want to stand and spend some time here, lament, and then sit down for purposes of being heard in the village that you said something, but no response, because the person to respond is the cabinet secretary or such like a functionary in the ministry. Then Mele is not going to respond because he will just tell you, appear before the CS, seek those clarifications. So please, Honorable, is that Honorable Pukose? Please, appear before go before the committee when the CS is appearing so that whatever issues you may have, you can now bombard him with them. So that you can also spare the Honorable Mele the agony of appearing like he is the one who is not responding. Since he has disclosed that the CS is appearing before the committee, please just go appear there next week. Yes, sorry, Honorable Mbandi. It was just, and I'm sure you'll be doing those same consultations. I was just getting a brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of Kenya in 2010 decided through provision under Article 124 of the Constitution to provide this House with powers to create standing orders to guide the orderly conduct of proceedings in this House and also the conduct of members. And Mr. Speaker, we actually created standing orders based on that article of the Constitution. And one of the things that we provided for, having foreseen that some members may act in a manner that would not give dignity and honor to this House, was to provide within the standing orders what we call the disorderly conduct under Standing Order number 107. And Mr. Speaker, we went further, even to amend that Standing Order number 107 to create Standing Order 107A, which talks about the gross disorderly conduct of a member of parliament. And Mr. Speaker, among the provisions, what constitutes gross disorderly conduct is that a member can commit an act of gross disorderly conduct if the member defies a ruling or direction of the Speaker or chairperson of the committees. That is Standing Order 107A, that if a member defies a ruling or direction of the Speaker or chairperson of committees, it again goes ahead to say, acts in any other way to the serious detriment of the dignity or orderly procedure of the House. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, you actually made a ruling regarding the motion that was filed for the impeachment of the Cabinet Secretary for Infrastructure and Transport and I think roads. Forgive me for not mentioning the ministry correctly, but the bottom line, that is the possible impeachment of C.S. Macharia. And Mr. Speaker, you cited clearly reasons for disallowing that motion. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, you cited Standing Order 64 and 66. And for avoidance of doubt, I just want to repeat something which you said, which should be clear to anyone who is not even just a member of parliament, but anyone who has basic primary education can understand. And that is, for any motion for impeachment to be admissible, one of the conditions that you must fulfill is provided for under Standing Order 64, 1, C. And this is what it says. It says that it shall be accompanied by necessary evidence, including annexures or sworn testimonies in respect of the allegations. So, Mr. Speaker, you did not create, the way I listened to your ruling, you did not create your own interpretation, but you simply picked what is in our standing orders and communicated to us. And you clearly stated that looking at what was provided to you, this requirement was not fulfilled. And Mr. Speaker, the member of parliament, the Honorable Ali, who brought the motion, was seated in the House because I was at the entrance, Mr. Speaker, and he did not rise from his chair. I saw him seated there to challenge, Mr. Speaker, that he had provided this information or these annexures, the evidence, and someone probably plucked them out. And therefore, I took it that it is true that he did not provide this information. But, Mr. Speaker, why am I raising this matter? Mr. Speaker, I watched a media briefing by Honorable Ali, and he clearly brought the office of the Speaker to disrepute. actually trying to imply that, Mr. Speaker, you colluded with some cartels to defeat justice. And Mr. Speaker, by bringing you to possible collusion with cartels out there, and he mentioned so many names of people who are cartels at the Kenya Ports Authority, forgetting that the motion was not about Kenya Ports Authority. The motion was not just about the cargo. There were so many other issues that were raised in the motion of impeachment. In fact, that particular issue, I think, was item number 3 or 4. But, Mr. Speaker, by declaring that you did not rule in a honest manner, that you did not apply justice, the dignity and reputation of this House has been compromised. And, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we cannot let go as a House. Because otherwise, I wonder, Mr. Speaker, I was asking myself, if today I go to court and I present a case to court and it is dismissed for lack of evidence, even if probably everybody saw publicly on television I being beaten or molested or whatever it is, but I take the matter to court and there is lack of evidence, will I go call a press conference and start castigating the High Court or whatever court or even magistrate courts and start implying that that court is working with cartel? Mr. Speaker, we must. The bare minimum that is expected of us as a House is to respect our own rules, respect our standing orders, respect the authority of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, everywhere in the world, the seat of the Speaker is respected. Even if it's not you, the substantive Speaker, sitting there, any other member allowed by our standing orders and the laws to sit on that seat exercises that authority, and we must respect that authority. Mr. Speaker, this is not Jichopevu. This is now Parliament. And I think probably we did not do proper induction. This is a House where you canvass, where you persuade. A lot of times, Mr. Speaker, rulings have been made which I'm not happy with. But I have to respect the authority of Parliament. And finally, Mr. Speaker, some of our members, Mr. Speaker, need to be educated. Even if you want to play politics, there is a more civilized way of playing it. Mr. Speaker, if you ask me, if you want to fight for your people, and all of us are in agreement that we must protect the livelihood and the welfare of the people at the coast, and of course anywhere in this country. But there is a platform. I have just seen Honorable Abduswaman has brought a statement, has sought for a statement here. And we expect to have a motion in this House by the chairman of the committee to debate and discuss this issue of transportation of cargo. This is where now I expected the MP for, which constituency is this? Nyali, to come to this House and use the platform of this House and prosecute his case. And he's very eloquent in Kiswahili. I doubt English, but Kiswahili, he's very, very eloquent. And that is one of those languages that are accepted in this House. I'm also not eloquent in Kiswahili. But, Mr. Speaker, why can't he come here now and prosecute and bring all those documents, cartons, and present them here, and then we will deal with it. But otherwise, Mr. Speaker, if you want to play politics for whatever reason, or push the agenda of whoever you want to push, no one stops you, but don't bring this House to disrepute. And so, Mr. Speaker, I was almost going a step further to ask under Article 108, but Mr. Speaker, under Standing Order 108, but I'm looking at the young man, and Mr. Speaker, it will be the decision of this House to decide if this member does not deserve naming. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I'm standing on a point of order to invite you, the Speaker, to name
to name the honorable member for Nyali in this house, because he cannot put this house to unnecessary disrepute when he wants to play politics. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I rest my case.
On a point of order, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, what is yours?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to Honorable Mbadi, and even though he just wanted to bring to your attention the matters that have been raised by the Honorable Member for Nyali, he was a bit reluctant to go to the extent of calling on you to name the member. Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge Honorable Mbadi that we refrain from going that direction, because I think for me, what is very apparent is that this honorable member came into Parliament on a platform of sensationalism, and because of Jichopevu. He has come into this house and he has discovered that the house people conduct serious business. He is lost. He has no clue what to do. Now when you name him, you are giving him unnecessary mileage. Let him make the noise he wants to make outside there, Mr. Speaker. I think the members can express themselves to it, but we want to encourage the honorable member for Nyali that he needs to understand that if he wants to prosecute matters that have to do with his own constituency, this is the place to do it. For me, my concern was issues of fisheries. Last Parliament, I was in the Committee of Agriculture. I chaired the subcommittee that came up with a law on fisheries. So you are not going to do Jichopevu and bring the name of the speaker into disrepute, hoping to still get re-elected and mileage on such baseless accusation. Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge that even as much as we want to name him, it is actually giving him unnecessary credit and mileage that he will go and use as a victim. He is not a victim, he's just not doing his work. He should go back and do his work for the people of Nyali, and not try and use his own fellow members and the speaker and the house by bringing the houses to disrepute in order to raise his own profile. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I want to also agree that when a member of whatever, whether it's Jichopevu or Jichopovu, happens to be a member of the National Assembly, this is an hallowed house. When you are on the precincts of Parliament, there are a lot of things you cannot get ever prosecuted if you say them. Now, this member is not somebody who is semi-illiterate. That is not true. He came a week earlier and stated that he is going to use the floor of the House to name those names that he fears to name outside because of the consequences. Now, using that kind of knowledge, he came to the floor of this House and was very eloquent in bringing what he brought, which was indeed to have evidence, and when it was ruled by the Speaker as something insufficient and inadmissible, he goes out and explodes not on the substance, but on the issue of the proceedings of this House by the presiding officer, who is Mr. Speaker. So it is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, to discourage those other members who might have the temptation of such bad manners, thinking that you can hold bad manners as a crown of honor. That's what this member for Nyali wants to do. He must be named to set example to the others, such that, Mr. Speaker, when I feel aggrieved by your ruling, the procedure is clear what to do with the bad ruling by the Speaker. But you never do what has been done. He has abused people, and they are going to deal with him. And we need to start here by cleansing the name of Parliament from the foul mouth of the member for Nyali, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Andai. No, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I want to associate myself fully with the sentiments expressed by my three colleagues who have spoken before me. Mr. Speaker, it's a cardinal principle that one can disagree with the ruling of the Speaker. But you have to respect it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the Constitution, Article 152 specifically, and the relevant standing orders, and I haven't seen anywhere where it is said there's a maximum number of times you can bring an impeachment motion against a particular CS. Given the ruling that you gave, Mr. Speaker, the very elaborate ruling, what I would have expected the Honorable MP for Nyali was to go back and put his act together and collect the relevant evidence and bring back the impeachment motion. And what we see is someone trying to play politics. In fact, I would call it activism. Because what I saw is not even opposition politics, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have played opposition politics before. And even in the coast, where Honorable Ali comes from, when we required him most to join his colleagues in agitating for the rights of those people he's talking about, he was nowhere to be seen. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the Honorable Mbadi and the Honorable Mauka Maori that the Honorable Member for Nyali must be named to serve as an example. Whether he gets mileage out there, whether he gets sympathy, is neither here nor there. What is important is that the dignity of this House must be upheld, must be safeguarded. And you cannot continue to drag everybody's name out there in the mud, thinking that somehow you will get away with it. Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Member for Kangema.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to share what leader of minority said. And earlier on, Mheshimiwa Honorable Waruguru also alluded in a way to the conduct of this member. Mr. Speaker, we would be failing, this parliament would be failing in its duty, presided by you, not to scrupulously enforce the rules made by this House. When I watched this clip yesterday, last night, I wondered whether I was seeing a village baraza or a member of parliament duly elected by Nyali. Nyali is a fairly prominent area. Now, when you have a member of parliament, he is not a quasi-member. He is a full member of this House. So there is no reason why a member, whether he's Jishol Pefu, Siju Pofu, to be excused. A member is a member for purposes. These rules were not made for a member of one-term member or four-term member. It is for all members, whether a member is here for 6 months. He is a full member bound by the rules. Other than even alluding to ridiculing the speaker, the member went ahead and besmirched the names of members of society, prominent members of the society, who are not before the House, who have no connection with the SGR, other than that their land was invaded by the SGR. And they have no other consequences other than to be compensated. They have no choice. So I think to be able to prevent future excuses, I knew even before I came to this House that debate is not extendable outside the chamber. That I knew. Even a primary school kid in this country knows that debate is confided to this House. It's not, doesn't go beyond. So I support that this member must be named. Thank you.
Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my last contribution, when you made a ruling about political parties, Mr. Speaker, I said on record here that there are no proper independent members in this House, Mr. Speaker. And when I was talking about that matter, I was talking specifically about the same member. Because he came to this House as an independent member, but he has turned out to be more dangerous than even members who are in serious political parties. Mr. Speaker, this member, in the last general election, came and seek our party ticket as the director of elections. And we denied him, Mr. Speaker, because we knew this man can only do best in the street, not in the House, Mr. Speaker. And now we have been vindicated. From the way he's behaving now in town, my party has been vindicated for denying him the ticket, Mr. Speaker. Because we will have given our ticket to the wrong person, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders are very clear that for you to impeach a state officer under 64C, you must produce evidence, Mr. Speaker. You must attach the evidence that you want to use against the state officer, Mr. Speaker. This is a member who has just collected documents from all over on River Road. He could not produce them in Parliament. Now he's trying to malign the names of Kenyans outside there, Mr. Speaker, and Parliament, saying that the Speaker has denied him the opportunity to impeach a CS in this House, Mr. Speaker. This is not the first time a member has filed a motion against a minister, Mr. Speaker. We discussed here, for those of us who are members of the last Parliament, we discussed Professor Kemenyi here a whole afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and you are the one who approved it. We even discussed you, Mr. Speaker. You remember somebody brought a motion against you. We discussed you a whole afternoon here, Mr. Speaker. That is how transparent this Parliament is, Mr. Speaker. But we have a member here who is a former journalist. You know, the rules of journalism and the rules of Parliament are totally different, Mr. Speaker. You can't apply the rules of journalism here. Journalism, you look for information by all means you can. But here, you use the rules, the standing orders, procedure, and traditions to execute what your mandate here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this member qualifies to be taken back to an induction course. Because he doesn't look like somebody who has understood how Parliament operates. From what I saw him yesterday, he was even accusing me why I was whipping members not to append their signatures in his fake signature collection list. He was standing in front of the gate here telling people that this is a circle for Lord. He was not even telling them that this is an impeachment motion, Mr. Speaker. That is how untruthful he was, Mr. Speaker. I have around 6 members of my party who told me I signed that petition. I thought it was about Bunge Sako. I never knew it was an impeachment of a minister. Because there were no grounds to impeach a minister that he was telling them. No, honestly, Mr. Speaker, the members are here, they can speak for themselves. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow a member to impute improper motives in this House. This is a House of dignity. This is a House that is respected. If he feels that he cannot survive in this House under the rules, Mr. Speaker, he has no option but to get out. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the other day, I don't know whether to share this with the members. I went and visited the Speaker in his office. I saw him bringing some documents there. Some of them were Court of Appeal judgments. Now, judgments that have been made, what has Parliament got to do with it? So you go appeal to the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that your ruling was timely. Your ruling defended the Constitution and the statutes and the standing order, and we have no apologies to make. And I want you to agree with my minority leader that this member must be named, because his behavior is unbecoming, Mr. Speaker. This is not Dijopevu. This is Parliament. Now he has become Dijopesa. He has left being Dijopevu, now he's Dijopesa. He's looking for money, noosing everywhere like this, like a rat. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, that man must be named. That MP must be named.
Member for Nyeri Town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago I had a motion in this House that I was very passionate about. Mr. Speaker, that motion did not go the way I wanted. But Mr. Speaker, I understand that things don't always work the way you want. I did not go out there to cast aspersions on anyone. I did not go out there to build stories or create narratives to support what it is that I wanted. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with my seniors, including the minority leader, and especially the ones who have insisted that it is important for there to be consequences to decisions that we make and mistakes that are made. Mr. Speaker, if we do not, or if you do not name this particular member, what is going to stop another member from going and doing something even worse if you pass a decision in this House that they do not agree with? Mr. Speaker, I want to urge you very strongly. I am also a first-time member. But I understand the things that you can do and the things that you cannot do. One of the things you cannot do is to cast aspersions on the Speaker. Because the minute you cast aspersions on the Speaker, then it means everything we do in this House can be challenged. Because you are saying that there is a possibility of compromising the Speaker. That there is a possibility that you can compromise the members who are here. Mr. Speaker, this is such a strong allegation that has been made, and we know in this House that that allegation was baseless. But because he is a journalist, and he is able to call journalists to give him a free media coverage, he thinks he can say whatever he wants. Mr. Speaker, it is the responsibility of this House to teach him and any other member who might think that they can do something like that there are consequences to doing things like that. Mr. Speaker, there must be consequences to breaking rules. Otherwise, we're not going to have discipline. And Mr. Speaker, if we allow this to pass on the basis that he's a first-time member, if we allow this to pass on the basis that he's a journalist, if we allow this to pass on the basis that he is done jichopevu, then what is going to stop the next person from doing something like this and create their own background and context? Mr. Speaker, I understand and I see where Honorable Millie Odhiambo is coming from. That yes, it is possible to build, for him to use this to build a victimhood narrative. That is his business. That is him to do wherever he is. For this House, we saw what he did. We disagree with what he did. And the only way for people to understand that we disagree with what he did is for you to name him, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I watched and I was appalled by that video clip. And Mr. Speaker, I saw this member in the company of a few political rejects. Mr. Speaker, I'm not being rude, because this is former senators from around who actually were removed by the public in the last elections. Those are the people that were sitting there cheering him on. And Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the number of times you've talked about members prosecuting their issues, even in the media. A lot of times you've said that there are members who go and purport to have a bill in the House when they actually do not have. And they have been doing that. And many times, Mr. Speaker, you have warned us against that. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that, because we've agreed that choices have consequences, it is important that some punishment be meted out against this member. You remember last Parliament we had issues here, and there are members, and I'm happy that the Honorable Opio Andai is here. And he crossed the line, and Mr. Speaker, there was consequences, and there was payments punishment that was meted out. So it would be, I think we would be losing the track if we allow this member to get away with this kind of situation. It is important that we make sure that he gets punishment for his behavior. Mr. Speaker, I think I would like to add the fact that even when you read that ruling, you talked about the number of members who had asked to withdraw their signatures from that petition that he had brought. Mr. Speaker, a lot of those members belong to Wiper Democratic Movement. Mr. Speaker, majority of them will tell you that they were cheated into signing that petition. So in fact, not only is he now continuing to besmirch the name of the House, but he also collected signatures by false printesses. This is a conman, Mr. Speaker, and we need to deal with him. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
No members. No. I'm trying to look at the geography of the country. Let me get Transoya.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was here when you gave your ruling on the impeachment motion that was brought by the member for Nyali. And your Honorable Speaker, the ruling that you gave will go a long way in forming part of the standards for which impeachment motions should be brought in this House. And I think that is something that it will be historical. On many times, Honorable Speaker, you've also ruled in this House that matters that concerns honorable members, if you want to discuss a member, you should bring a substantive motion to discuss a honorable member. I think we cannot discuss a honorable member through a point of order. Honorable Speaker, having listened to the issues that were raised, these are issues which you've also gave a ruling in many times, that issues that are discussed outside there, in the media, in the newspapers, those are issues that should be prosecuted in those places. Those are not issues that should be brought in this House. Honorable Speaker, if there was an issue that we need to prosecute in this House, if the honorable member had brought, for instance, you also gave a ruling that some of the members who signed cannot withdraw their signatures. What is the quality of you signing a document that you do not understand? Because we expect that every honorable member who is in this House, you must be able to understand what you are signing. You cannot say that you are cheated to sign a document that you don't know. I think that is discrediting the honorable members that signed that document. I think that is something that we should also be able to desist ourselves from denigrating some of our colleagues that they signed a document which they were cheated. Honorable Speaker, this issue about what the honorable member said, some of us have not watched. We don't watch televisions. We don't watch some of those social media. I think it should be something that should be discussed outside there. And if there are people who would want to respond to them outside there, not in the House here. Because if you want to bring something that you're going to bring in the House here, let it be substantive motion that we can debate and we can be able to agree on. Honorable Speaker, I can hear all of us are elected to represent our constituencies. All of us are elected to represent our constituencies. Please don't put us at your level. Don't put us at that level where you are able to come and discuss issues that are not brought before this House. Please. If it is before the House, we can be able to discuss. If it is not before the House, please don't put us in that level. We are not all of us in that level of discussing issues that were not brought before the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes.
Now, honourable members, remember the Honourable John Bandy rose seeking that the member be named. But I think the route we are going, and I want to agree with the Honourable Pukose, is one which will also breach our own standing orders. But maybe I should just, for avoidance of doubt. No. I was also buying time to do so that you can do some other work. You know, I know the House has got a lot of business to do. If you recall, the Honorable John Bandy correctly began by stating the obvious that our own standing orders are anchored in Article 124 of the Constitution. And he proceeded on now to refer to the state standing orders, more specifically for purposes of what we are discussing now. standing orders 107, 107A, which are the standing orders that govern this particular aspect. 108, you can go on and on up to standing order 112. But honorable members, one issue is very clear about naming a member. And for avoidance of doubt, I want to read to you. Not that I do not hear what you are saying, honorable members. But remember, we cannot also fall prey. We cannot be baited into breaking the standing orders ourselves. Standing order number 108, subsection 1, any member may at any time, on a point of order, invite the speaker or the chairperson of committees to name another member for grossly disorderly conduct. Grossly disorderly conduct is covered in standing order 107A. But the decision whether or not to do so shall remain with the speaker or the chairperson. More importantly, subsection 2, which is the reason why sometimes you find me selecting some people who are fast with the standing orders. Whenever a member shall have been named by the speaker or by the chairperson, then A, if the breach has been committed by such member in the House, a motion shall be made by any other member present. Now, up to now, no member has brought a motion, and the breach, which is why I've allowed you to ventilate, the breach complained of was not, even if we all feel aggrieved, it was not in the House. So, honourable members, it suffices to say that yes, certain comments, certain statements that sometimes we make out there lower the dignity of the House. And that is a fact. And it could easily infuriate many of us, like it appears to be the majority of you are infuriated. But shall such anger be the reason for us not to follow our standing orders? It has happened in the past, and past speakers have, on numerous occasions, left the decision as to whether a member who misbehaves out there would come and apologize to the House. Speakers have left such decisions to the conscience of those members. Because, honourable members, unless there is a substantive motion, which then every member will be at liberty to contribute to. If we proceed in the manner that we are about to, we will ourselves be guilty of not following the same standing orders, and by extension, breaching the Constitution, which is the anchor of the standing orders. As for me, I am not worried about people are at liberty to say, sometimes you have even seen cartoons, you know. In fact, it is not even lost to me that just this week, a member who spends very little time in the chamber here, I will not name him, mistakenly went to comment that, I don't know, all bills and motions this Tuesday have been moved by the new leader of the majority party and seconded by the leader of the minority. And therefore, the National Assembly is dead and the Speaker is the mortician. But you know, the member is very rare in the House. But you know, those are not things that we should really worry about. You just encourage the member to come here a bit so that it makes a difference between when the leader of majority is contributing, because on that day, the main bill which was before this House, as I'm sure Honorable Ishungwa, Honorable Milodempa, and many of you can attest, was the finance bill. And who was moving that bill is the chair of that committee, the Honorable Joseph Limo. But that member, because you know, he didn't quite see. So you know, some of these things. So honourable members, I think, even though we may feel very, very infuriated by what was said out there by the member for Nyali, since there is no substantive motion before the House to discuss that conduct, to proceed to name him because of certain behavior which we may not be happy with, which happened outside of the chamber, I think we will also be in breach. And therefore, I would want to plead with you and urge you that we don't go this route of naming the member, because if we do so, and it's not that I've not heard the pleas that you have made, Honorable Mbui, Honorable Andai. I've heard what you've said, but I think if we go that route, we will also be guilty of subverting the standing orders. And I think, as your Speaker, I would want us to avoid that route. So, honourable members, I hope, because you know, as 108 is very clear, the decision to either name or not name still rests with the Speaker, isn't it? Yes. But I'm trying to explain to you why I do not want to exercise that discretion to make that decision to name. So, honourable members, let us just forget that. And we encourage the member for Nyali to also begin coming to the chamber more frequently, spend some little bit of more time, and I'm sure you will learn from many of you. Many of you are very experienced. Even those who are doing a first time like him. A very good example is the member for Funyula. I really admire his participation. The member for Madare. You know, there are so many members for Nyeri. I mean, member for Mwea, so many, member for Dagoretti South, member for, like, so many of you, because you spend time here. So all we need to do is to appeal to them. He's not alone. Appeal to them. So come, tell them to come and spend more time here like the member for community does, very religiously. Come to the House, and you'll obviously be able to even say some of these things. You'll be able to say some of these things and follow the example of the member from Vita. If you have an issue with anybody out there, remember the decision to impeach still lies with you members. But you provided, as the Honorable John Bandi stated, in the rules, that please, so that you don't come and take us on a wild goose chase, when you have something as serious as this, please annex, bring all the evidence, particularize whatever the breaches you are complaining about, including, sworn testimony where necessary. If you have no documents, so that the speaker is able to say, oh, with all this, proceed to the floor. And we have done that in the past, haven't we? Yes. So there's really nothing special about the intention. But the member for Nyali would need to be advised. Following the ruling on Tuesday, that matter now is dead, but he is at liberty, not 6 months. It was not a resolution of the House. That is the procedural issues that the decision that the speaker has to make. So he is at liberty to collect as many signatures as he is able to, but please, signatures alone is not what is required. Bring the evidence that is required as per the rules. So now, members, I wish to request that let us put the matter to rest. Let's leave it at that. Or has he come to the chamber? No. Yes, Honorable Shongo, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I cannot concur more with you in that Solomonic ruling relating to that matter. But Honorable Speaker, as you said, we must be a house of procedures and we must be able to follow our own standing orders. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, you remember in the 11th Parliament, I did move such a motion to name the then member for Nyando, who is now Senator for Kisumu, Senator Outa. And we did debate that motion, and we indeed, as a House, named the member for gross misconduct. However, Mr. Speaker, my point of order was in relation to just what you, just what you are saying. I'm trying to ignore the leader of minority, or is it the leader of the real minority? Let me not get into that. Honorable Speaker, the deputy minority leader, in his contribution to the earlier discussion, referred to the member for Nyali as a conman. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, that, in line with our own standing orders, as you have said, 107A, is indeed unparliamentary language, and I would really beg the member for Kadhiani to withdraw, because we cannot be disparaging a member who is not even seated in this House. Unlike Honorable Junet, who the other day referred to himself as a cow, it is not another member who referred to him as a cow. It is him who referred to himself as a cow. And it is within the rights of Honorable Junet to refer and describe himself as a cow. But you cannot attempt to call another member a conman, or indeed purport that other members should be cows. There are some of us who will never be cows or sheep. We are here to represent our people, and we will represent our people without being cows or sheep, or even pigs, like me who rears pigs. Honorable Speaker, I want to beg that the member for Kadhiani does withdraw the reference to the member for Nyali as a conman.
And the member for Kadhiani is willing to do exactly that. Honorable Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is true, it is unparliamentary. So I will replace the word conman with conmanship, which is an act, not to the person. So I withdraw the word conman. He is not a conman, but his act was conmanship. Thank you, Speaker. It is
Honourable members, let's leave that matter. Let's leave that matter at that point, because we have some. No, honourable members, I know the consultations that have gone on. That have.
Mr. Speaker, it can only be misleading, not conmanship.
Very well.
Conmanship is the act of conning. Therefore, it can only be the member cannot have misled the other member.
Now, sorry, can I get it now, please? Please, there's business here, and as you can see, members of budget committee are quite. No, Honorable Abdul Samad, what is the issue?
Bwana Spika, katika jumba hili kama kuna watu ambao wanajulikana na hikma zao, wewe ni mmoja wao na utaenda katika historia kwa ile hikma ambao kwamba umeweza kuitumia, hususan hivi sasa hivi. Lakini mimi ningetaka tu umeweza kuelezea lugha ya kisheria. Mimi nataka tuzungumze ile lugha ya kimtaani, mpuzi mpe sifa. Baada ya yote yale, hili jumba ni jumba ambalo rekodi zote zinawekwa. Inajulikana wazi ni nani ambaye anaeleta masala ya kutetea watu zaidi ya yoyote mwingine. Historia hapa, Hansard zilioko hapa, inajulikana wazi ni nani. Lakini leo, Bwana Spika, mimi nakumbuka maneno ya marehemu mzee wangu akiniambia usihofie. Wapendwa Bwana Spika, samahani, lakini nakumbuka kauli ya kwa pale unapoona ya kwa ghafla vijiwe na mawe yanaanza kutupwa kwako wewe, kwa sababu ile lugha kujaribu kunikashifu mimi, familia yangu, watu wake, kwa sababu ya kauli zile za jana, kuanza kumkashifu na kumtukana paka marehemu babangu aliyoko chini kwenye kaburi. Mimi nawaambia tu Bwana Spika, kama vile ulivyozungumza wewe, mimi namsamehe, lakini namuomba ikiwa na jambo lolote, kwa sababu leo tuna wabunge wengine watakosa viti vao kwa sababu mahakama iliweza kuwa hukumu. Lakini ikiwa kuna jambo lolote Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir kama mjumbe wa Mvita alikeuka na akaweza kuchukua kandarasi yoyote ambayo kwamba ni haramu, basi mimi naomba afuate njia muafaka ili jina langu litolewe kuwa sifai kwa kiongozi, kwa sababu hivi si vita vya sasa, vita vinapangwa kwa sababu ya mwaka 2022. Lakini nawaambia hili jumba halidanganyi Bwana Spika. Inajulikana wazi tetesi za mambo ya poti ni nani ambaye kwamba alozungumza tangu mambo ya CT2 privatization, mswada ambao kwamba uliweza kupitishwa ni nani. Hili jumba halidanganyi mambo ambayo kwamba yenye kuhusiana na SGR aloweza kuhakikisha ya kwa waziri kauli yake akaweza kuiregea nyuma mara ya kwanza ni nani. Wafanyikazi wa poti yale yote ambayo kwamba tuliweza kuyafanya, hili jumba halidanganyi, inajulikana wazi ya kwa nani aliweza kutetea. Siku zote hizo nilikuwa sijapawa kandarasi, lakini kandarasi ni kwa sababu sitaki kukubaliana na mambo ambayo kwamba ni ya upotefu wa sheria, na naona wazi ya kwa njia unaokwenda wewe ni njia ya kutangatanga kisiasa. Mimi nitaendelea kuhudumia watu wangu wale wale, na mimi tu nataka kumwambia, nataka tena naomba Bwana Spika kwa unyenyekevu, ukiweza kuwaambia na wengine ambao kwamba wenye kumfahamu, kwa sababu katika wale wenye kukaa katika lile gumzo la baraza, baada ya mazungumzo yote pale yasife, wayachukue wayapeleke katika mahakama, ili ndio njia muafaka na kisawasawa kusema Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir hafai. Lakini kama ni historia, kama ni record zote, mimi najulikana wazi msimamo wangu uko vipi, na hakuna yoyote. Leo wengine wanasema ya kwa sijui kwa sababu ya baba ndio nakataa. Siku zote nilipokuwa napinga, mbona sikuambiwa ya kwa baba alinikataza? Kwa hivyo sasa sisi tunawaambia tena vile wamemtaja marehemu mzee wangu. Tena Bwana Spika, vile wamemtaja marehemu baba yangu, na mimi namaliza na kauli yake yeye. Wapende wasipende, tutaifanya hii kazi vile inavyotakikana.
Basi tutie kikomo hapo. Tutilie kikomo hapo hayo maneno. Leader majority please.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met today, Thursday, June 25th, 2020 at 10 a.m. to prioritize business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday next week, we will undertake the first reading of the Mediation Bill 2020 and the National Aviation Management Bill 2020, as well as second reading of the Refugee Bill 2019 and the Care and Protection of Older Members of Society Bill, that's Senate Bill number 17 of 2018. Also scheduled for debate in the Committee of the Whole House are the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, and the Gaming Bill 2019. Within the same week, the House Business Committee has also prioritized consideration of the mediated versions of the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017, and the County Government's Amendment number 2 Bill, which is Senate Bill number 7 of 2017, should they not be concluded today. Honorable Speaker, also scheduled for consideration in the morning session of Tuesday, June 30th, 2020, is the processing of the Supplementary Appropriation number 2 Bill 2020 to enable and its consideration at all the stages. As the House is aware, this bill ought to be passed and ready for assent by that day, which is 30th of June, in accordance with the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012. In this connection, Mr. Speaker, I'll be moving a procedural motion to discuss the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on Supplementary Estimate 3 for the financial year 2019-2020 later today. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, the House is scheduled to proceed on a short recess next week in accordance with the calendar of the House. And in this regard, any other urgent business that arises will be scheduled so as to be concluded by the end of next week. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will convene on Thursday, July the 2nd, 2020, to consider business for the week beginning July 28th, 2020. Honorable Speaker, I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House.
Yes, Honorable Mili, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I don't think I've actually formally congratulated the new leader of majority, because I was away when they were doing the handover ceremony, and also just thank Honorable Duale even as he exists. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to request the leader of the House Business through the leader of majority, if they could kindly also consider, I know we are living in exceptional times, but if they could also kindly consider private members' bills. I have 3 bills that have been pending. One I have finally actually ceded to the Senate, the reproductive health care bill, because each time we move our bill up to a point, the Senate comes with another. And Speaker, we then end up almost doing nothing, and some of us have invested years in doing work. I have the child justice bill. This year, actually, the AU on the Day of the African Child focused on the issue of child justice. This bill has been in the House for more than 10 years. I have the assisted reproduction technology bill. The court actually made a ruling requesting Parliament to pass that law. We don't have it. And of course, the one that I've said, reproductive health care bill. So if the House Business could kindly consider, and I know there are several other members that also have private members' bills. This House is actually one of the houses that has actually very exceptional members with very brilliant minds. And we need to motivate members when they actually put in a lot of energy towards legislating work. Thank you, Speaker.
Very well. I think the clerk is directed to ensure that when the House Business Committee meets, they give us all the pending private members' bills as well, so that we schedule them for debates. Well, it's a good point, Honorable Mili. Thank you. Next order. Sorry. Honorable members, before we go to the next order, I want to rearrange the business for the convenience of the House. We go to order number 5. Honorable Lesonet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to go back to order number 5. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, 25th of June 2020. Mr. Speaker, report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the third supplementary estimate for the financial year 2019-2020. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, next order.
And Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the next order,
number
I
6.
think I can. Mr. Speaker, again on the next order.
Yes, order number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On order number 6, Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank you for granting me this opportunity to go back to order number 6, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I beg to give notice of motion, Mr. Speaker, of the following: that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the third supplementary estimate for the financial year 2019-2020, laid on the table of the House, Mr. Speaker, a few minutes ago, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 44 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, Public Finance Management Regulations 40, and Standing Order for 243, Mr. Speaker, that, Mr. Speaker, 1, approve an increment of the total recurrent expenditure for financial year 2019-2020, Mr. Speaker, by Kenya shillings 9,232,000,000 shillings, Mr. Speaker, in respect of the votes specified in the report. Mr. Speaker, 2, approve an increment of the total development expenditure for financial year 2019-2020, Mr. Speaker, of 2 billion shillings and 68 million shillings in respect, again, Mr. Speaker, of the votes which have been specified in the report. Mr. Speaker, 3, approve an overall increase in the total budget for financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 11,300,000,000, Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, in respect of the votes specified in the report. Mr. Speaker, number 4, Mr. Speaker, reject the reallocations in the said supplementary estimate 3, including those intended to affect the ring-fence funds, Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Health, and necessary adjustments be made before publication of the resultant supplementary appropriations bills 2020. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Very well. We'll now go to the order papers drawn, order number 8. Yes.
Order number 8, motion. Appointment of members to the Committee on Selection.
So we're getting to it. We'll get to that business after. Or, just a minute, would the leader majority want to move that motion? Yes. Sorry, before we go to order number 8, maybe leader majority could move that procedural motion, which I had approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move the following procedural motion: that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3, subsection B, this House resolves to hold another sitting today, Thursday, June 25th, 2020, after the 2:30 p.m. sitting, upon conclusion of business appearing at order number 11. Mr. Speaker, this has been necessitated by the Budget and Appropriation Committee has worked overtime, have managed to get a report. It's been tabled in this House this afternoon, and I believe between now and order number 11, members will have an opportunity to look at the report And if we can process this report today, it will mean that the appropriation bill arising therefrom can be published over the weekend, so that we don't end up rushing things on Tuesday morning, then publish things at lunchtime to approve in the afternoon, and that could create room for errors and other not being detected, because we need to meet the deadline of June 30th, which happens to be Tuesday. So, Mr. Speaker, again, we are living in very difficult times, but we have to accommodate the business as it comes. And I believe by the time the committee, when we give them the opportunity to move, they will tell us exactly what's contained with this report and the circumstances at which it has come at this point. Then the House will make a decision at that point. But let's create an opportunity for them to present the report to us today, so that we make a decision which will then facilitate the further processing on Tuesday morning of the attendant appropriation bills supplementary, so that we close the year and close the books properly to avoid unnecessary push and pull on this matter. So, again, Mr. Speaker, this is a rather straightforward matter, and I beg to move and ask the leader of the minority, the Honorable John Buddy, to second.
Honorable Buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really, nothing much to say. This is a procedural motion. We're just requesting the House to sit again to consider this report. I second.
Honourable members, let me first of all propose the question. I propose the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3, paragraph B, this House resolves to hold another sitting today, Thursday, June 25th, 2020, after the 2:30 p.m. sitting, upon conclusion of business appearing under Order number 11. It's the desire of the House that I put the question. Yes. Very well, I put the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3, paragraph B, this House resolves to hold another sitting today, Thursday, June 25th, 2020, after the 2:30 p.m. sitting, upon conclusion of business appearing under Order number 11. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Very well. And the clerk is accordingly directed to prepare the order paper for that second sitting. You know, honourable members, when you speak, when you are at your place, I'm not able to know whether you are cracking a joke or you. Very well. Let's proceed with the business as appearing on the order paper. The member of the community will have an opportunity, I'm sure, in his usual way, to contribute. Can we get the next order now?
Order number 8, motion, appointment of members to the Committee on Selection.
Leader of Majority.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, that further to the resolution of the House of Tuesday, December 5th of 2017, appointing members into the Committee on Selection, and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 172(1)(c), this House further approves the appointment of the members listed at the paragraph A here below, to replace those appearing at the paragraph B hereunder. Paragraph A, the new members nominated for appointment into the Committee of Selection: the Honorable Maoka Maore MP, the Honorable Jane Wanjuki MP, the Honorable Gathoni Wamushomba MP, the Honorable Joshua Kutuni MP, the Honorable Maina Kamanda EGH MP, the Honorable Shuri Abdi Omar MP, the Honorable Washira Kafinga MP, the Honorable Eseli Simiyu MP, and the Honorable Godfrey Osotsi MP. The members to be replaced in Schedule B: the Honorable Beatrice Nkadha Nyaga MP, the Honorable Khatib Abdallah Mwashetani MP, the Honorable Faith Wairimugetau MP, the Honorable John Kieri Waweru MP, the Honorable William Kipkemoi Kisang MP, the Honorable Robert Geshimu Githinji MP, the Honorable John Paul Mwirigi MP, the Honorable Nicholas Tindi Mwale MP, the Honorable Catherine Wabilianga MP. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that these changes were approved in the House Business Committee this morning, and the House Business Committee, which is a committee that appoints the members of the selection, then gave the go-ahead for the reconstitution of this committee, which will then pave the way for the reconstitution of the other committees in the House. Again, this is a straightforward matter, and I want to thank the members who have served in this committee and who now will stand replaced, and obviously they are also busy working in other committees. And then this is a committee that only sits when there's selection to be made. So I want to ask members that your replacement is not because you've done a bad job, but it's also an opportunity to give the wider variety of membership to also experience what it means to serve in a selection committee. And rather than keep just one set of members for 5 years, we would want to have as many members experiencing what it means to select other members. And again, it's from that background that some of these changes would have come. So again, straightforward, and I would like to ask my colleague, counterpart, the leader of the minority party, to second.
John Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure members are aware that we have indicated from both sides of the aisle, both sides of the House, the majority and minority, that we want to make some changes. And some are occasioned by removal of some members from the committees, the wine, some were chairs, some were vice chairs, and some changes will also be made on other the membership. But Mr. Speaker, this can only be possible if the selection committee can execute that job very well. So, Mr. Speaker, when we looked at the composition of the selection committee, we saw that there was need to change the membership of this committee. Mr. Speaker, I was looking at this committee and wondering aloud how it was constituted. But anyway, we have had it all the same, having Beatrice Nkadha Nyaga, Khatib Mwashetani, Faith Wairimugetau, my friend, John Kieri Waweru, William Kisang, Robert Githinji, Paul Mirigi on my side, Nicholas Tindi Mwale, who stand we know, Catherine Wambilianga. This was a committee that was not going to serve the interest of the changes that we wanted to make in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, these members are to be removed and replaced accordingly with other members. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, there is no any other justification. We are just making this committee be a committee that can do the task that is ahead of it. If we don't replace these members, the task that we are embarking on next week, Mr. Speaker, would be sabotaged. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, both majority and minority, the worst team was from the majority side. But from the minority side, we also had two who obviously had to be changed. And so, Mr. Speaker, the House should agree with us, because we are embarking on a very serious matter of making these committees function properly. And I want to, as I second, ask the members who are joining that come with open mind and let us reform and make changes in the committees. Some will be very painful, some changes will be very painful, but the duty calls. We have to do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question that further to the resolution of the House of Tuesday, December 5th, 2017, appointing members into the Committee on Selection, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 172, subsection 1, paragraph C, this House further approves the appointment of the members listed under paragraph A here below to replace those appearing under paragraph B hereunder. A, new members nominated for appointment: the Honorable Maoka Maore, MP; the Honorable Janet Wanjuki, MP; the Honorable Gathoni Wamushomba, MP; the Honorable Joshua Kutuni, MP; the Honorable Maina Kamanda, EGH, MP; the Honorable Shurie Abdi Omar, MP; the Honorable Washira Kafinga, MP; the Honorable Eseli Simio, MP; the Honorable Godfrey Osotsi, MP. Under paragraph B, members being replaced: the Honorable Beatrice Nkatha Nyaga, MP; the Honorable Khatib Abdallah Mwashetani, MP; the Honorable Faith Wairimo Gitao, MP; the Honorable John Kiari Wawero, MP; the Honorable William Kipkemoi Kisang, MP; the Honorable Robert Gishimo Githinji, MP; the Honorable John Paul Mwirigi, MP; the Honorable Nicholas Tindi Mwale, MP; and the Honorable Catherine Wabilianga, MP. I put a question. I put a question that further to the resolution of this House, of the House of Tuesday, December 5th, 2017, appointing members into the Committee on Selection, and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 172, subsection 1, paragraph C, this House further approves the appointment of the members listed under paragraph A here below to replace those appearing under paragraph B hereunder. A, new members nominated for appointment: the Honorable Maoka Maore, MP; the Honorable Jane Wanjuki, MP; the Honorable Gathoni Wamushomba, MP; the Honorable Joshua Kutuni, MP; the Honorable Maina Kamanda, EGH, MP; the Honorable Shuria Abdi Omar, MP; the Honorable Washira Kabinga, MP; the Honorable Eseli Simiu, MP; and the Honorable Godfrey Osotsi, MP. Under B, to be replaced: the Honorable Beatrice Nkatha Nyaga, MP; the Honorable Khatib Abdallah Mwashetani, MP; the Honorable Faith Wairimo Gitao, MP; the Honorable John Kiari Wawero, MP; the Honorable William Kipkemoi Kisang, MP; the Honorable Robert Gishimo Githinji, MP; the Honorable John Paul Mwirigi, MP; the Honorable Nicholas Tindi Mwale, MP; and the Honorable Catherine Wabilianga, MP. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honourable members, the appointment of those members, those new members, is in addition to those others who are automatic members. For instance, the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, and others whose names have not been replaced. Because according to our standing orders, this committee can only have a maximum of 21. 21 members, not more than 21, is it? Yes. So that this will just complement the other existing and the automatic members of the committee. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Appointment of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission.
Vice Chairman of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Honorable Naomi Shabani.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to move the following motion on appointment of a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission, that, taking into consideration the recommendations of the Parliamentary Service Commission in its report on the recruitment of the Parliamentary Service Commissioner, who is not a member of Parliament, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, June 16th, the year 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 127, Sub-Article 2D of the Constitution, this House appoints Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo as a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, Article 127 of the Constitution of Kenya establishes the Parliamentary Service Commission with functions and responsibilities as are set out in Article 127(6)(a), Sub-Article 6A to E, and the Parliamentary Service Act of 2019. These include the following: A, providing services and facilities to ensure the efficient and effective functioning of Parliament. B, constituting offices in the parliamentary service and appointing and supervising office holders. C, preparing annual estimates of expenditures of the parliamentary service and submitting them to the National Assembly for approval and basically exercising budgetary control over the service. D, undertaking programs to promote the ideas of parliamentary democracy, amongst others. Honorable Speaker, Article 127(2) and 3, and 127 sub-article 2 and 3 of the Constitution provides that the Parliamentary Service Commission shall consist of the following members. 2A, the Speaker of the National Assembly as the chairperson. B, a vice chairperson elected by the Commission from among its members. C, 7 members appointed by Parliament from among its members as follows. Roman 1, 4 shall be nominated equally from both houses by the party or coalition of parties forming the national government, of who at least 2 shall be women. And Roman 2, they shall be nominated by the parties not forming the national government, at least one of whom shall be nominated from each house, and at least one shall be a woman. And D, 1 man and 1 woman appointed by Parliament from among persons who are experienced in public affairs but are not members of Parliament. Sub-article 3, the clerk of the Senate shall be the secretary of the Commission. Mr. Speaker, sir, the position of the female non-MP member of the Parliamentary Service Commission under Article 127, sub-article 2D, became vacant on 18th March 2020 following the expiry of the term of the immediate former holder of the position, Dr. Lona Mumelo, on 17th March 2020, and who was not eligible for reappointment to the Commission in line with Article 250, sub-article 6A of the Constitution. The expiry of the term of Dr. Lona Mumelo coincided with the declaration of the corona disease as a global pandemic. It was therefore not appropriate to immediately declare the vacancy for the position of commissioner and call for applications at this particular point in time. On Tuesday, 5th May 2020, the Parliamentary Service Commission declared a vacancy in the position of the female non-member commissioner by placing a notice in the Kenya Gazette, an advertisement in the 2 daily newspapers of national circulation, and on the Parliament website inviting interested qualified persons to apply for appointment as member of the Commission under Article 127, sub-article 2D of the Constitution. Considering the COVID-19 situation and the attendant safety protocols, interested applicants were required to email their applications to the email address provided in the advertisement within 14 days from the date of the advertisement, with Tuesday, 19th May 2020 as the closing day for the receiving applications. Mr. Speaker, sir, as was indicated in the advertisement, a person is qualified to be appointed as a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission under Article 127, sub-article 2D of the Constitution of Kenya and Sections 8 and 9 of the Parliamentary Service Act of 2019. If the person is not a member of Parliament, 2, holds a degree from a university recognized in Kenya, 3, has at least 10 years experience in public affairs, 4, meets the requirements of leadership and integrity set out in Chapter 6 of the Constitution, 5, the person has experience or interest in consolidating and advancing the ideals and objectives of parliamentary democracy. 6, the appointment reflects the national values and principles set out in Article 10 of our Constitution. And 7, the appointment represents the regional and ethnic diversity of the people of Kenya. At the closing date for receiving applications on 19th May, the Commission received 70 applications, long-listed and short-listed the applications, out of which the following 8 applicants were shortlisted as meeting the requirements set out in the Constitution and the Parliamentary Service Act of 2019. 1, Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo. 2, Lilian Bokeye Mahiri Zaja. 3, Honorable Regina Changorok Cherop. 4, Catherine Muyeka Muma. 5, Mwanamaka Amani Mabruk, CBS. 6, Lucia Muindi Ngumbau Mulwa. 7, Susan Wayego Mwangi Owino. And 8, Honorable Daisy Kanaiza Nyongesa. Honorable Speaker, the Commission published a list of the shortlisted applicants on 24th May into the local daily newspapers and invited the shortlisted candidates for oral interviews on the 29th of May. In the advertisement, the Commission invited members of the public to avail signed statements and on any information of interest with respect to the suitability of any of the shortlisted candidates to serve as member of the Parliamentary Service Commission. The Commission received memoranda in respect of one of the shortlisted applicants recommending the applicant for appointment. The Commission further, via a letter dated 24th May, requested for an advisory from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission as to the shortlisted applicants' suitability with regards to the requirements of leadership and integrity as set out under Chapter 6 of the Constitution through a letter dated 28th May. The EACC advised the Commission that they had not undertaken any investigations where the shortlisted candidates had been found culpable. The oral interviews, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the shortlisted candidates were conducted on the 29th of May. Following the interviews, the Commission resolved to recommend Honorable Miss Rachel Ameso Amolo, who ranked highest in the oral interviews, to the National Assembly and the Senate for appointments as a commissioner in the Parliamentary Service Commission under Article 127, Sub-Article 2D of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, for a term of 6 years from the date of her swearing in. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Rachel Amolo holds a master's in business administration, marketing from Daystar University, a Bachelor of Business Administration from Kenya Methodist University, and a Diploma in Human Resource Management from the Kenya Institute of Management. She worked as a Managing Director at Fast Track Management Consultants from 2002 to 2013, and as a part-time consultant from 2018 to date. Honorable members, most of you served with Honorable Ameso in the 11th Parliament when she was a Kakamega County Member of Parliament from 2013 to 2017. The Commission is therefore satisfied that Ms. Ameso meets the requisite qualification and experience for appointment to this position. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report on the recruitment of the Parliamentary Service Commissioner, who is not a Member of Parliament, be adopted. Honorable Speaker, I will ask the Leader of Minority, Honorable John Bandi, to second this motion.
Honorable Bandi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to second this motion. The motion that is seeking to have Ameso be appointed to the Parliamentary Service Commission. And the words are appointed, Mr. Speaker. We are not approving, but we are appointing her. And Mr. Speaker, just for two reasons. Number one, I had stated here before that former members of Parliament are endangered species in this country. Mr. Speaker, once you serve in this house, even if you are as intelligent as who, the moment you leave this house, I don't know why Kenyans assume that your intelligence disappeared here, that now you cannot be considered for any other position. And therefore, when such a member seeks appointment through this house, it would be injustice to reject that appointment, especially if there is no good reasons. Number two, Mr. Speaker, this lady is very patient. This lady did so well. If you look at the interviews for the position of SRC, she did so well, but because of balancing the regional balance and county issues, she lost out. She again tried her luck when we were appointing the former MP Amina. and again, she was left out. I think God had planned for this lady to be in this commission. But my final remark is I would request, because if we pass this lady, we appoint her here, or we approve her appointment, but the Senate rejects it, then it will be lost. I just want to appeal, and I'll try to talk to our counterparts in the Senate. They are finished. Oh, then that is super. Then I now take back what I wanted to say. But I second this motion. Let us give Ameso, she has the master. The requirement is a degree. She has masters. And she has served in this house. We know her competence. She is a very reasonable lady and a friend to all. I don't know whether there is anyone who can claim that Ameso, while serving here, had issues with him or her. I second.
Honour members, including the member for Limuru, I propose a question that taking into consideration the recommendations of the Parliamentary Service Commission in its report on the recruitment of the Parliamentary Service Commissioner, who is not a member of Parliament, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, June 16, 2020, and pursuant to provisions of Article 127, Clause 2, Paragraph D of the Constitution, this House approves the Honorable appoints Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo as a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Honour members, I put the question. Is that the result of the House? I put the question. Very well, honour members. Of course, yes. I have to just bow to the pressure of the House, isn't it? And put the question that taking the recommendations of the Parliamentary Service Commission in its report on the recruitment of the Parliamentary Service Commissioner, who is not a member of Parliament, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, June 16, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 127, Clause 2, Paragraph D of the Constitution, this House appoints Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo as a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next order. Next order.
Order number 10, the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2020. Second reading.
Vice Honorable Lesonet. Honour members, this is debate, second reading for the Appropriations Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the members have heard you, Mr. Speaker, that we are now doing the second reading of the Appropriation Bill 2020-2021, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Appropriation Bill 2020 basically represents the penultimate step, Mr. Speaker, of a rigorous budget-making process for the financial year 2020-2021. The Appropriation Bill 2020, Mr. Speaker, follows the approval of the Budget and Appropriations Committee report, which this House, Mr. Speaker, did adopt on Tuesday this week, Mr. Speaker, including, Mr. Speaker, doing the Committee of Supply. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that in these estimates of 2020-2021, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of effort by the executive, Mr. Speaker, and this House, because budget making is a function, Mr. Speaker, of Treasury and this House, this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to put a lot of resources towards mitigation of the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker. We all agree, Mr. Speaker, that COVID-19 has come with its own challenges, Mr. Speaker, impacting negatively on revenues, Mr. Speaker, impacting negatively, Mr. Speaker, on employment, A lot of youth out there, Mr. Speaker, have lost their jobs. And Mr. Speaker, once we approve this appropriation bill, it is going to release resources, Mr. Speaker, towards such mitigation. Like we mentioned during the Committee of Supply, Mr. Speaker, there are resources to kazi mtaani so that our youth who are out there can get a few jobs. Mr. Speaker, there are resources towards even building of dams by the communities, Mr. Speaker, so that at least everyone, despite the impact of COVID-19, can get something to do. Mr. Speaker, this appropriation bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks the issuance out of the consolidated fund of a sum of 1,456,147,560,961 shillings, Mr. Speaker, which is the sum required to meet the national government expenditure, Mr. Speaker, during the financial year ending 30th June 2021. Madam Speaker, this bill also appropriates money granted for services and purposes specified in the schedule as approved by this House during the Committee of Supply this last Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, because this House has already spoken to the estimates of 2020-2021, I just want to highlight a few allocations by sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in these estimates, despite the impact of COVID-19, this House already, through our report and through the Committee of Supply, have approved 505 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker, towards the education sector. Mr. Speaker, this House has already approved 363 billion shillings towards...
Vice Chair.
Madam Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Lesonet.
Yes.
At least you need to look at the speaker as you address the speaker. Then you'll be able to do a proper address.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this House already approved 363 billion shillings towards infrastructure, energy, and ICT, Madam Speaker. 289 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker, towards public administration. 197 billion shillings, Madam Speaker, towards governance, justice, law and order. 154 billion shillings, 0.5, towards national security. And Madam Speaker, 112 billion shillings towards health, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a further 268 billion allocated to other sectors, Mr. Speaker, which allow me not to enumerate for purpose of time, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in this bill, one schedule is subdivided into two parts so that it is very easy for members to see allocations to the central government, Madam Speaker, and the second part makes allocation to constitutional commissions and independent officers. I'm alluding, Madam Speaker, to the bill already in the hands of the members. And the central government, Madam Speaker, has a total discretionary expenditure amounting to 1,066 billion shillings, 819,226,722. And that sum, Madam Speaker, comprises of 684 billion, 932 million, 212,705 in net recurrent expenditure, Madam Speaker. That amount, Madam Speaker, is close to 70% of the entire amount being appropriated, with 381 billion, 887 million, 14,017 in net development expenditure. And Madam Speaker, we are calling upon the implementing agencies and sectors and departments of government, Madam Speaker, that they should put all required effort so that they can be able to absorb, Madam Speaker, the entire amount allocated in terms of the development expenditure. Madam Speaker, further 430 billion shillings, 282 million, 334,796 will be collected, Madam Speaker, through the ANA, comprising of 184 billion, 903 million, 85,570 under the recurrent vote and 245 billion, 379 million, 249,226 under the development vote, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill also grants application for the several services and purposes specified as appropriations in aid amounting to 431 billion shillings, 514,434,796 as money directed to be applied as appropriations in aid under Article 206 1B of the Constitution of Kenya. This brings, Madam Speaker, the total ministerial discretionary expenditure to 1,887,661,995,757. Finally, as I conclude, Madam Speaker, the passage of this bill will authorize the issue of a sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service to meet the expenditure for the national government, Parliament, Madam Speaker, and the judiciary during the year ending 2021, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, members have already spoken on our report. They have already spoken on this during the Committee of Supply, and I do not want to spend more time than this, Madam Speaker, considering the business of the House before us for the rest of the evening and into the night, Madam Speaker. And with those remarks, I beg to move, Madam Speaker, that this House approves this appropriation bill 2020. And Madam Speaker, I want to call upon the leader of minority, the Honorable John Buddy, a member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, to second, Madam Speaker. I thank you, and I thank you, honorable members.
Leader of minority.
Madam Speaker, the Article 221 of the Constitution, I would say for the first time, probably this is the time that we have followed Article 221 of the Constitution more strictly. Why do I say that? That article is clear that under Article 221, it says that when the estimates of national government expenditure and the estimates of expenditure for the judiciary and parliament have been approved by the National Assembly, they shall be included in an appropriation bill which shall be introduced into the National Assembly to authorize the withdrawal from the consolidated fund of the money needed for the expenditure and for the appropriation of that money for the purposes mentioned in the bill. Madam Speaker, since 2010, we pass budget estimate reports here by the budget committee report on estimate, but then when it comes to the appropriation bill, you find some figures have been changed after some further consultation. This time, I'm proud to say that what we have in the appropriation bill is exactly the amounts that the Budget and Appropriation Committee recommended to the House for approval, and which went to the Committee of Supplies, and therefore there is no need, Madam Speaker, to spend much time in discussing this year's appropriation bill, because we actually took enough time in discussing the budget estimates, the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, and we went line by line as we were going through the Committee of Supply. So, Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I second.
Order, members. We have to propose the question before we put it. And I therefore go on to propose the question, which is that the appropriation bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2020, be now read a second time. Honorable members, is it your position that I put the question? Yes. Right. I will go on, therefore, to put the question, which is that the appropriation bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2020, is now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to appropriate the issue of a sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th of June 2021, and to appropriate that sum and a sum voted on account by the National Assembly for certain public services and purposes.
Next order.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, take your seats. Other members, we are now dealing with the appropriation bill, Committee of the Whole. Proceed. And immediately after that, honorable members, we'll be having another bill. So we will start with the appropriation bill.
Clause 3.
I propose the question which is at clause 3 be part of the bill. And in that particular one, we do not have any amendments. So I put the question which is at clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Those of our contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Schedule.
I propose the question which is that the schedule be part of the bill. And we have a proposed amendment by Honorable Lesonet. Do you have an amendment to that one? The schedule. What number is your seat, Honorable Lesonet? 145. Yes, I've picked it.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any amendment to the schedule. The only amendment I have is on vote. A few votes here, 1252.
Yes, but it is in the schedule. This should be the vote R1252, the State Law Office and Department of Justice.
Yes.
Vote D1109, Ministry of Water and Sanitation.
Correct, yeah, those
so
two.
which you have amendment to which one?
Yes, I have amendments. I have amendments to those two.
Okay, there is even a third one. So proceed, prosecute your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, vote 1252, State Law Office and Department of Justice.
Just a minute, Honorable Lesonet.
Yes.
For purposes of good order, you will move all your amendments. We have vote the State Law Office, the one on Ministry of Water and Sanitation, and the State Department for Regional and Northern Corridor Development. Now, you will move all of them, and the members will contribute to all these, and then we'll put a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amendment on State Law Office, vote 1252, is an amendment aimed to realign, basically in this appropriation bill, to the government changes, Mr. Chairman, which were communicated through the executive order while we were at the Committee of Supply during the budget making. Mr. Chairman, this is to redesignate the Kenya Copyright Board from the state, redesignate the Kenya Copyright Board from the State Department for Information and Communication to the right program under the State Law Office. So basically, that is the import of the amendment under vote 1252. Under vote 1109, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Water, this development is development expenditure under the policy recommendations of our committee, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, where we found that implementation of the construction of water ponds, wells, and underground tanks to be moved from the ASAL, the Department of ASAL, to the right department, to the agency that has the right mandate, Mr. Chairman, and the right expertise for them to be able to roll out that program, which basically the Ministry of Water and Sanitation. So that is the impact of vote 1109 and vote 1252. And Mr. Chairman, the other votes is just consequential amendments which will affect that Department of ASAL in the Ministry of Devolution, and which will also affect the State Law Office, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, that is the import of this amendment. And, Mr. Chairman, and I move, so members can contribute.
So I propose a question, which is that the schedule be amended as proposed by Honorable Lesonet. And I actually will we normally give 2 members, but on this one, because it's a big one, we will give 4. So we'll start from Honorable Nyasuna. What is the number of your seat? 304.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to support especially the realignment that has been done by the Budget Committee by moving money for water ponds and shallow wells from ASAL to the State Department for Water. Chairman, because sometimes if you spread out money for one item to many, many ministries, the expertise that is needed to do this work is not within the ASAL ministry, for example. So, Mr. Chairman, this is a very important, not just for today, but I think as we move forward in budget making, we should consolidate all our items within the departments that have the expertise to do them, not spreading them out that leads to corruption at the end of the day, Chairman. Thank you.
For Kadiani. What is your number?
36. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I also rise to support this change, Mr. Speaker, because the committee had actually told us earlier that there was, the money for water was scattered all over in different departments, and that obviously could have led to a possible double funding, and that would also have led maybe to money being lost. So I think this is a brilliant idea, and I support.
Honorable Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise also, Honorable Chair, to support these amendments, especially the one members have talked about consolidating money that's going to water plants. The number 2, Honorable Chairman, is on film development services. In the last executive order, Kenya Copyright Board was moved from the State Law Office to Ministry of ICT. That's why this money was removed from here and taken to the right department under Ministry of ICT, State Department of ICT and Innovation.
The Honorable Mwathi would want to speak to this.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, yes, I want to speak to it, and just to support what my colleagues are saying, that consolidation is the best thing. I remember in the RDS, where I oversight, we found there were so many of those water plants in many departments, and we were not able to coordinate how they were going to be done. So it's best that they are done in the line ministry, put in one department, so they are able to be effective. I support.
Very well, and therefore you make your decision. I see there are many members who want to speak to this, but I think I'm not going. Let me give two more members. Now, unfortunately, you can, because if I were to follow this, probably I would not be able to identify you because the intervention slot is filled. And that is and who is that? Honorable Makali, proceed. Yes, you're actually top here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just want to support the chair budget for these amendments. And basically, I like what Kisang was saying. You know, there was a new executive order. So most of these changes are just to realign the budget items to the new executive order. So, Mr. Chairman, nothing changes overall.
Okay.
And I support.
So I put the question, which is that the schedule be amended as proposed by Honorable Lesonet. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contra opinion say nay. The ayes have it. And I put the question, which is that the schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contra opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question, which is at clause 2 be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is at clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contra opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question, which is that the title be the title to the bill. And I put the question, which is that the title be the title to the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contra opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question, which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contra opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Now let's have the mover to move reporting. Honorable Lesonet. Honorable Lesonet, kindly don't be distracted at all.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And the honorable member for Wajir, kindly take your seat in the proper manner, because you are actually interfering with my direct interaction with Honorable Lesonet. Proceed, Honorable Lesonet.
Mr. Speaker, I was being distracted. I just want you to just take me back.
I'm saying that you move reporting. You should be having a document there.
Yes.
Yes, proceed, please. You move reporting. I can see you are actually severely distracted.
Yes, correct.
And understandably.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for understanding. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2020, and its approval thereof with amendments. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. And I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2020, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contra opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now, honorable members, we now are moving to the next bill, which is the County Outdoor Advertising Control Bill, which is a Senate Amendment Bill Senate Bill number 19 of 2019.
Clause 3.
I propose a question, which is that clause 3 be part of the bill. And I see Honorable Kisang has an amendment. Would you want to prosecute it?
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 3 be amended as by the order paper. Honorable Speaker, The essence of this amendment is to avoid double taxation of the businesses from one county to another one. Because, Honorable Speaker, we are saying if a business is as a branded vehicle and the vehicle is moving from one county to another county, they should not be taxed because if already they have paid taxes in one county. So, Honorable Speaker, I propose that members support.
Okay. So then I propose a question which is that clause 3 be amended as proposed by Honorable Kisang. Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Oops. Thank you, Chair. Chair, even though I agree with what the honorable member is saying in principle, what he's doing in his amendment actually does not equate to what he's saying. Because if you actually look at 3C, it says this act does not apply to an advertisement. Then it says displayed on or in any vehicle normally employed as a moving vehicle. But when you add the between counties, actually it means you are limiting. What is provided right now is not to provide any charges for any vehicle that has anything assigned to them. But you are actually limiting the exemption only from a vehicle moving from county to county. That therefore means that you can actually charge a vehicle within your own county. You're actually doing the exact opposite with your amendment.
Okay. I'm trying to look out for another member who wants to speak to this.
Oops.
Is that Honorable Amushomba? Yes. Okay, let's hear from Honorable Amushomba. What number is your seat? 170. There you are.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to support the amendment that the Chair of ICT, Honorable William Kisang, has brought to the floor of this House, because ideally, vehicles or moving vehicles that bear advertisement content are licensed and pay to the county of origin. If the vehicle belongs to, say, Nairobi County or Kiambu County, they pay in the county of origin. His amendment from the Committee of ICT is trying to make sure and to ensure that the same vehicle that has paid movement from one county to the other, when it goes to the next county, does not pay the same amount of levies. And therefore, I support the amendment.
Okay, then honorable members, make your decision. So I put the question, which is that clause 3, be amended as proposed by Honorable Kisang. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it, and I put the question, which is that the clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose the question, which is that clause 4 be part of the bill. And on this particular one, we have two sets of amendments. Let's start with the one by the chair of the committee, Honorable Kisang.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 4 be amended as the order paper. Honorable Speaker, we are saying that clause 4 subsection 2 of the bill be amended in paragraph B by deleting sub-paragraph 2. The justification of this, Honorable Chair, is the essence of this amendment is to ensure that county governments are able to carry out this mandate as provided for in the Constitution in Article 186 and the 4th schedule of the Constitution. Honorable Chairman, there was a proposal that you get consent from Kenya National Highways Authority, and basically this is a county function. So if you get consent, it means without the consent of Kenya, it means a license will not be issued. And sub-clause 7 of the bill is already providing for consultation among other entities.
Okay.
Yes.
So I propose a question, which is that clause 4 be amended as proposed by Honorable Kisang. Yes, is that the member for Dagoretti? Is that the member for Dagoretti? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I rise to support the amendment that has been brought forth by the chair of the ICT committee. And Chair, when we give ourselves the Constitution of 2010, the roles were very well defined as to who takes the mandate of the national government and who takes the mandate of the county government. Now, Chair, the amendment here is seeking to ensure that because advertising, this outdoor advertising is a county function, it remains as such. The moment we open another layer of taxation or even consent at a higher level, which is the national government, then we are actually going against the Constitution that clearly directs that this outdoor advertising is a county function. Chair, some information that maybe this House might not have is that the court has already pronounced itself 3 times on this issue, that the matter of outdoor advertising is in itself fully a county function and not a national function. And we very well know that Kenha is a national entity, Chair, and I support my chairman's amendment.
Okay. I see no other interest. So I put the question, which is that clause 4 be amended as proposed by Honorable Kisang. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So we'll move then to Honorable Osotsi, who is moving to insert a new paragraph. Is not there? Then that one is dropped. So I put now the question, which is that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So then we, okay.
Clause 5.
Then I propose a question, which is that clause 5 be part of the bill. And there is a proposed amendment by Honorable Sosi. So in his absence, I drop it. And I put the question, which is at clause 5 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 6, 7, 8, and 9.
I propose a question, which is that clauses 6, 7, 8, and 9 be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that clauses 6, 7, 9, 8, and 9 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Propose the question, which is that clause 10 be part of the bill. Honorable Kisang.
Honorable Chair, clause 10 is basically speaking to the same issue as clause 4, where we are saying this is purely a county function and we should not, they can consult as provided for in clause 7, which we have already passed. They don't need to have a consent. So the justification for this, Honorable Chair, is the same, that this is a purely county function, and the Association of Advertisers of Kenya have already gone to court, and they have won 3 times, and Kenya have not appealed. So basically, we are saying,
okay.
Yes.
So I then propose a question.
Move.
I propose a question, which is that clause 10 be amended as proposed by Honorable Kisang. I put the question, which is that clause 10 be amended as proposed by Honorable Kisang. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the question, which is that clause 10 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 11, 12, 13, and 14.
I propose a question, which is that clauses 11 through to 14 be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that clause 11, 12, 13, and 14 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose a question, which is that clause 15 be part of the bill. Honorable Kisang.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 15 be amended as by the order paper. Honorable Chair, we are saying the justification for this, Honorable Chair, is this clause is provided with the aim of ensuring that county governments are the only one-stop shop that regulates, and controls outdoor advertising and will come up with enabling legislation that will ensure that businesses are served at one point as opposed to moving from one office to another office, looking for different regimes of licensing, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
Outdoor advertising is a function of the county, as I've said in the past.
Very well. So then I propose...
Not recreation, we are saying legislation.
That's okay, Honorable Kisang.
Legislation.
So we...
Already, this is just a framework. Some of the counties, about 10, already have their own legislation similar to this.
Okay. So then I propose a question which is at clause 15 be amended as proposed by Honorable Kisang. And I put the question which is clause 15 be amended as proposed by Honorable Kisang. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Any as of a contra opinion say nay? The ayes have it, and I put the question which is at clause 15 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. And as of a contra opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20.
I propose the question which is at clauses 16 through to 20 be part of the bill. And I put the question which is at clauses. What is wrong with your mind?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I propose that clause 21 be amended as by the order paper. Honorable Chair, we are saying that the reason for this is to mandate counties to come up with rate cards after every 7 years, which rate card will allow for at least, for the business community to have a predictable rate so that, for the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 years, this is the amount that you're going to pay for this particular space. Instead of different counties charging different rates, which is not uniform.
Okay. So then I propose a question which is at clause 21 be amended as proposed by Honorable Kisang. And the member in the slightly in front of Honorable Millie, who is that member?
48.
That is member 48.
Seat number 48,
Oh, that is Fonyula. You are in a completely different area from where
Chair,
you normally sit.
I came in, the seat where I like sitting had been occupied, but nevertheless, I support the predictability brought about by the amendment, but my only point of concern that 7 years looks inordinately too long in view of changing economic situations, inflation, and the rest. Probably fine could be too late in the day, but just to go on record, 7 years are a little too long. We have a cycle of
Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interest you have committed to our charge. Amen. Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order, members. Honorable members, this is a communication on committal of different provisions of the statute law miscellaneous amendment bill 2020 to various departmental committees. Honorable members, as you are aware, the statute law miscellaneous amendments bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, was published on 5th June 2020 and read a first time on Tuesday, 23rd June 2020. The bill, which is sponsored by the majority party, seeks to make amendments to various statutes which do not warrant the publication of separate bills. Honorable members, the bill proposes amendments to 38 statutes. In accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 127, the said omnibus bill is hereby referred to the various relevant departmental committees for consideration and public participation as follows. 1, the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs will deal with the following provisions. A, the Interpretation and General Provisions Act, Cap 2. B, the Records Disposal Act, that is Cap 14. C, the Penal Code, Cap 63. D, the Criminal Procedure Code, Cap 75. E, the Evidence Act, Cap 80. F, the Anti-Corruption and Ethics, the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, 2003. This is Act number 3 of 2003. G, the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003. This is Act number 4 of 2003. H, the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act 2009. This is Act number 9 of 2009. I, the Judicial Service Act 2011, which is Act number 1 of 2011. J, the Political Parties Act 2011, which is Act number 11 of 2011. K, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act 2011, which is Act number 14 of 2011. L, the Employment and Labor Relations Court Act 2011, which is Act number 20 of 2011. M, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2011, which is Act number 22 of 2011. N, the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, which is Act number 33 of 2011. O, the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, Act number 19 of 2012. P, the Kenya Law Reform Commission Act 2013, which is Act number 19 of 2013. Q, the Court of Appeal Organization and Administration Act 2015, which is Act number 28 of 2015. R, the Bribery Act 2016, which is Act number 47 of 2016. And S, the Witness Protection Act 2018, which is Act number 16 of 2018. The second one is the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security, which will deal with the following provisions of the bill. A, the Firearms Act, which is Cap 114. B, the Official Secrets Act, which is Cap 187. C, the Counter Trafficking in Persons Act 2010, which is Act number 8 of 2010. D, the National Police Service Commission Act 2011, which is Act number 30 of 2011. And E, the Kenya Coast Guard Service Act 2018, which is Act number 11 of 2018. The next one is the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, which will consider A, the Statistics Act 2006, which is Act number 4 of 2006, the Accountants Act 2008, which is Act number 15 of 2008, the Retirement Benefits Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act 2015, which is Act number 8 of 2015, D, the Investment and Financial Analysts Act 2015, which is Act number 13 of 2015, and E, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, which is Act number 33 of 2015. The fourth one is the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, which will consider the provisions of the bill proposing to amend the Public Holidays Act, which is Cap 109, and the Employment Act 2007, which is Act number 11 of 2007. The fifth one is the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing, which will consider the provisions of the bill proposing to amend the Housing Act, which is Cap 117, and the Kenya Roads Board Act 1999, which is Act number 7 of 1999. And number 6 is the Departmental Committee on Education and Research, which will consider the provisions of the bill proposing to amend the Universities Act 2012, Act number 42 of 2012, and the Basic Education Act 2013, which is Act number 14 of 2013, whereas the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation is to deal with the provisions proposing to amend the Films and Stage Plays Act, which is Cap 222. Honorable members, the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives will consider the provisions amending the Scrap Metal Act 2015, which is Act number 1 of 2015. And finally, honorable members, the Departmental Committee on Energy will consider the provisions of the Omnibus Bill proposing to amend the Energy Act 2019, which is Act number 1 of 2019. Honorable members, the cited committees should move and consider their relevant portions of the bill and facilitate public participation, following which they should file their respective reports with the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, which will be the lead committee on the bill. The lead committee is thereafter expected to table the consolidated report in the House prior to commencement of the second reading on the bill. The House is accordingly informed. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, report on the third supplementary estimates for the financial year 2019-2020.
The Vice Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Lesonet.
Madam Speaker, from the onset, I want to give thanks to this House for allowing us to have this third sitting so that we can prosecute the third supplementary for the budget of 2019-2020, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, equally as I move this report, I also want to give thanks to members who have taken their time to exit today's sitting to still be available for this second sitting today, Madam Speaker, so that we can be able to finalize this supplementary estimate 3 before end of the year 2019 financial year, Madam Speaker, which we well know is coming to an end next week on Tuesday. So just for the sake of members, honorable members, the urgency for this sitting is so that on Tuesday next week, we can be able to prosecute the appropriation bill towards this supplementary 3. And Madam Speaker, this supplementary was necessitated by the fact that we needed resources towards the COVID-19. Madam Speaker, you are all well aware that the health workers, just as an example, have been complaining and striking about allowances which had been promised by the various governments, including the national government and the county governments. And those allowances, Madam Speaker, so that they can be able to be out there and handle issues of COVID-19, amounted to a total of 3.4 billion shillings, Madam Speaker. This could not wait for the next financial year. We could not.
Honorable Lesonet, did I hear you moving the motion? For the record, we need to move.
Madam Speaker, I thought I moved, but Madam Speaker.
You could just do it again, no harm.
Yes, Madam Speaker, for the record, allow me, Madam Speaker, that I beg to move that this Budget and Appropriations Committee report on the third supplementary estimate for the financial year 2019-2020, Madam Speaker, be approved by this House. So, Madam Speaker, I have moved Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, yes, let me read the entire motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the third supplementary estimates for this financial year 2019-2020. Madam Speaker, which we laid earlier today in this House. Madam Speaker, in this supplementary estimate, as I move, yes, Madam Speaker, and that pursuant to the provisions of Article 2 to 3 of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 44 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, Public Finance Management Regulations 40, and Standing Order 243. That this House, Madam Speaker, approves an increment of the total recurrent expenditure for financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 9,232,000,000 shillings in respect, Madam Speaker, of the votes specified in this report. That this House approves an increment of the total development expenditure for the financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 2,068,000,000 shillings in respect of the votes which are specified in the report. Madam Speaker, that this House approves an overall increase of the total budget for financial year 2019-2020 of 11 billion shillings, 300 million in respect of the votes which have been specified in this report. Madam Speaker, the fourth item is that this House rejects the reallocations in the said supplementary estimates 3, including those intended to affect the ring-fenced funds under the Ministry of Health, and unnecessary adjustments be made before publication of the resultant supplementary appropriation bill 2020. That is the motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm contributing to that motion, and I was giving the reasons why this supplementary 3 was necessary at this time, 7 days to the end of financial year. 3.4 billion shillings to health workers. It is necessary that those resources be availed now. Madam Speaker, we needed a further 1.8 billion shillings, Madam Speaker, towards the railway, towards the Nairobi Metropolitan Rail. Madam Speaker, this could not wait for the next financial year. Madam Speaker, 1.5 billion for the security surveillance system, which has been overdue. It was pending an audit. The providers of that surveillance system were on the verge of shutting down that surveillance system, and it was necessary at this time, Madam Speaker, that 1.5 billion shillings be availed. Madam Speaker, in this supplementary, there is an allocation of 5.8 billion shillings for recurrent expenditure to support the county governments in the mitigation of COVID-19. And Madam Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, this is money which was promised by the President, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, some time back. It is now being actualized, Madam Speaker, through this supplementary 3. And the actualization of this 5.8 billion, Madam Speaker, is through the Ministry of Health. There was no time to amend the Division of Revenue Bill or Act so that we could process the 5.8 billion shillings through counties, but was properly processed, and the Ministry of Health shall be accountable for these 5.8 billion shillings. That also, Madam Speaker, could not wait for the next financial year. Madam Speaker, there is 324 million shillings recurrent expenditure which is being reallocated within the judiciary from operations and maintenance to salaries. Madam Speaker, this was the shortfall towards salaries at the judiciary. This also, Madam Speaker, despite the 7 days to reach the next financial year, that could not wait. The employees of the judiciary, including judges and other employees, need to be paid by 30th, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, that is basically the import of this supplementary 3. And because of time, Madam Speaker, we didn't have time to be able to interrogate this supplementary, considering it was tabled on Tuesday. The departmental committees didn't even have enough time to scrutinize and come and make presentation to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And it is for that reason that we found other proposals by Treasury, which we thought we can be able to push them to next financial year. Madam Speaker, that includes 1.1 billion shillings on the Longalayani project, Madam Speaker, which as a committee, we do not get sufficient information from the Departmental Committee of Energy, even though the chair is here promising that between now and Tuesday, he will be able to give us all the information necessary to see to it whether we can be able to amend and approve that 1.1 billion shillings for the Longalayani project. Madam Speaker, there is also 1.9 billion shillings for defense. The Defense Committee did not come to us to justify the urgency in paying 1.9 billion shillings to defense 7 days to the end of the financial year. And Madam Speaker, it is for that reason that we did not approve the 1.9 billion shillings for defense. Madam Speaker, there is also a further amount of 2.4 billion shillings. We do not get sufficient information from the departmental committee. Neither did we get proper justification from the Treasury for us to approve 2.4 billion shillings for the Nairobi Metropolitan. So, Madam Speaker, other than that, we have generally 70–80%. We did approve the proposals by Treasury in these supplementary 3. Of importance to members, Honorable Speaker, and you've seen it in the motion, the 3 billion shillings which this House proposed to be ring-fenced for COVID-19, in particular hospitals. Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, 400 million, 500 million, Madam Speaker, to KNH. Another amount, Madam Speaker, to Kenyatta University Hospital. A decent amount to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Hospital in Nyanza. Cost General, Madam Speaker. We declined the request by Treasury, which required us to give 1.5 billion shillings, including to KEMSA. We did reject that proposal and stuck with the original proposal as approved by this House, Madam Speaker, during the supplementary 2. So, Madam Speaker, we didn't see good justification that we needed to give 1.5 billion shillings to KEMSA, while we know, including today, Madam Speaker, there was a huge raid by EACC at KEMSA. And we thought if we process 1.5 billion shillings to KEMSA, they will definitely not be able to spend in the purported purchase of reagents. And it is for that reason, Madam Speaker, that such reagents can still be purchased by KNH directly, can still be purchased directly by MTRH, can still be purchased by the procuring agencies overlooking the county referral hospitals, including Nyanza Referral Hospital and Coast General. So, Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to move and invite the Honorable John Mbadi to second. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Leader of Minority.
Madam Speaker, as I second this motion, I want to state the following. In the history of this country, this is the first time that we are confronted with approval of supplementary budget 3. It has never happened previously. Actually, I want to put on record, and Honorable Moskimunya and Honorable Naomi Shaban can confirm this, that before 11th Parliament, this country has never entertained more than one supplementary budget. Even Honorable Kioni can confirm that. But we started what I would call a habit in the 11th Parliament of entertaining 2 supplementary budgets. Now they have reached 3. This year is a bit unique. And so I just want to put it clearly that the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and I sit in that committee, I don't know whether you are going to continue to be the chair. Hopefully you will. Even if you don't, the one will take over from you. We must discourage this idea of three supplementary budgets in a year. It makes us look really bad. one may excuse the government for this time. But again, when you look at this budget critically, there are certain expenditures that I think because of oversight here and there, laziness and carelessness in the budget process has led us to where we are. So going forward, I think this is something that we must just stop. But let me now come to the provisions in this report for members to understand. I want to start with the ones we have rejected. We have actually rejected the reallocation of the 3 billion that we ring-fence as a house. This money, 3 billion, we all know that this money was part of Parliament's budget, Parliamentary Service Commission. And out of magnanimity of this House, we decided, because of the situation before us, to ring-fence it and give it to specific health facilities. Because we are also aware that when you give money to the ministry here at the headquarters, there is a misuse of the same. So we decided to give Kenyatta National Hospital 600 million, Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital 500 million, 400 million to Coast General Hospital, 400 million to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, 400 million to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, 300 million to Kitui, 300 million to Garissa. Then someone sits somewhere after we have allocated money, which was meant for Parliament, to decide to take it to KMTC for facilities for isolation, to take 1.5 billion to KEMSA for buying of reagents and testing kits. Yet this government knows very well that testing is the main function or the main activity in the fight against COVID. So they should have provided money for it. So our committee, Madam Speaker, rejected that in total. Let that money sit back in the agencies where we had allocated the money. Madam Speaker, the money for energy, the Loyangalani Suswa. This is not the first time it is coming before us. There are certain questions that we raised which have not been addressed. The 1.1. The committee felt it was an insult for us to again entertain the same amount which we had rejected, asking or seeking more answers, and had not been supplied to us. I think the House will agree with us on that. Now, regarding some of the amounts that we have approved, the 5 billion that we approved, Madam Speaker, there is this 5 billion that the President talked about, which was supposed to go to counties. And I'm sure all of us who have been following the President's speech, all of us would imagine that that money had gone to the counties. They say they have already paid it. Actually, the Accountant General confirmed to us that it has already been paid. But regularization has taken this long. We indict the Treasury, but it is something that we felt we could not reject, because already it is money that is going to counties to help fight this COVID-19. Remember, the counties were complaining the other day that they have not received that money. Now that it has been confirmed that the money has gone, we felt it was important to regularize it. Madam Speaker, we had actually initially rejected the 1.5 billion for surveillance. But again, the government has again put a lot of pressure on the committee, not a pressure that we could not resist, but pressure with explanation that they had already committed to make this payment. And of course, the money has already been released from the consolidated fund to the ministry to make payment to the service provider, which if it's not done, then I'm not an expert in security. I'm told the service provider may switch off the surveillance system, and then we would be left at the mercy of the thugs, as they put it. But Madam Speaker, we want to insist that the ministry should be decent in the way they handle their affairs in future. And neat. There is lack of neatness, because these are foreseen expenditures. So why should you bring them under Article 223? Finally, Madam Speaker, and I can hear my chair emeritus has said exactly. Madam Speaker, there is something that I've been even arguing with my whip over here. I'm trying to persuade him to see it my way. But he is the one who can whip me. I can lead him, but he can whip me. But I don't want him to whip me, or de-whip me, for that matter. By the way, if he can decide to de-whip me, and it will be a matter of discussion whether that is legal or not, but he will have done it. So I want to ask my whip not to de-whip me, and I'm going also not to mislead him. Madam Speaker, this money to the Nairobi Metropolitan Railways, this is the explanation we got. We had actually rejected it, but the ministry came and explained it as follows. And I want the House to really understand what explanation was offered to us. One, that the total budget allocation in the original budget, and I'm sure that my former chair knows this, was 3.6 billion. The ministry, the treasury, on their own volition, this House did not prompt them, brought a recommendation under supplementary budget 2 to reduce that amount from 3.6 to 900 million, a reduction of 2.7 billion. Now, the Treasury has owned up that they made a mistake, that they had already issued an exchequer to the ministry to implement this project, and therefore the 2.7, they can only surrender 900 million, and therefore they were asking us to return the 1.8, which already has been released to the ministry, and the ministry is already spending it anyway. So it is already committed, the ministry is spending, because we were asking, as my whip was asking me, and the chair emeritus was asking me, how is this emergency? We also asked the same question, that how can 1.8 billion for railways be an emergency? But then now, the answer you get is that this money had been released, and again, they were right to release it, because 3.6 billion was the budget then. But the mistake that Treasury did, and I think that this is the quarrel we have with the Treasury. How can the Treasury release money, then they ask the same money they have already released to the line ministry, they ask the House to reallocate. So that sounded a little funny, but Madam Speaker, you realize that also there has been transition in that ministry. Transition that I find taking too long. I want to ask my friend, Ukuri Atani, to settle in that ministry properly, because I know there could be people who are not doing the things right there. But Madam Speaker, that is where we are. I don't want to go further. There is the 280 million, the 350 million, those ones are donor funded. So those ones I have no issue with, no quarrel. Donor funded projects, I have no quarrel with. The 3.4 billion, my vice chair, who is now the acting chair, has able to explain that it is money to pay health workers. Again, we were concerned a bit, but again, money that goes to health workers, frontline workers, what I would ask is the departmental committee to oversight that and make sure that is spent on that line. My final comment will be on the judiciary. There is 324 million that the judiciary requested us to reallocate from operation and maintenance to salaries. Again, because there were some arrears, so the arrears of salaries, so the judiciary had paid. We debated this and we felt there's no need of denying judiciary to reallocate money from operation and maintenance to salaries, because really, operation and maintenance is just recurrent expenditure. And salaries, to me, is a better recurrent expenditure than operation, because operation is money for people enjoy themselves with it. But salary is something that makes livelihood of people. So we felt, why should we deny judiciary from reallocating from one line to another within the framework of recurrent expenditure? So, Madam Speaker, I think I've done justice to this motion in seconding it. I don't think I could do more. I second.
Honorable members, I go on to propose the question, which is that this House adopts a report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the third supplementary estimates for the financial year 2019-2020, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, June 25th, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 44 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, Public Finance Management Regulation 40, and Standing Order 243, 1, approves an increment of the total recurrent expenditure for financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 9,232 million in respect of the votes specified. 2, approves an increment of the total development expenditure for financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 2,068 million in respect of the votes specified. And 3, approves an overall increase in the total budget for financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 11,300 million in respect of the votes as specified. And 4, rejects the reallocations in the said third supplementary estimates, including those intended to affect the ring-fenced funds under the Ministry of Health, and necessary adjustments be made before publication of the resultant Supplementary Appropriations Bill 2020. Honourable Member, you want us to summarize this? I think I can see members who are interested. Other members? Yes, I will allow members to contribute, those who are interested. And I can see that my list here has been constant. I hope it's the same people who are desirous of contributing, so I'll go by the list. The first person up here is the Honorable Wambugu Ngunjiri. No, he's right there unless he was to contribute on something else.
I don't know why people are sending me away when I'm still here. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I was actually one of the people who was saying, put the question, because in my opinion, the explanations that we have heard from the, is it now the Vice Chair or Acting Chair, and also the arguments that I have heard from, or we have heard from Minority Leader, who is also a member of the committee, on the decisions that have been made in regard to this supplementary budget 3. Even I was actually trying to remember whether at any time I can remember us or ever having heard of Parliament discussing a supplementary budget 3. The fact that we are here, we are going to assume is we are here because we have an international crisis that has never been lived in our lifetime. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the key thing I stand to support, and the reason I'm standing to support is because, especially of the budget that we had ring-fenced, over the money that was to come to Parliament that we gave out and that we ring-fenced to go to certain expenditure, that it had been reallocated was quite interesting, because this was money that was being moved from one fund to somewhere else, and that if somebody had seen the need to now take this money and take it to a place that we hadn't committed the money was quite interesting. I will not go into the details of where it had been taken. I'm glad that the decision was made to ensure that the money stays within where it had been allocated. I had been initially not very happy about how you allocated the money, because PGH Nyeri, which serves close to 4 counties, was one of the places we had expected that you are going to put money in as you are allocating this cash. But then the decision of the majority is that's why we are a democracy. The fact that the money was taken to places that are immediate and direct interventions of what we are living in right now as a country is something that I hope and I believe Kenyans are going to appreciate as we move into expanding this budget. So I support, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Let's have the Honorable Junet Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to support this report, but with a lot of reservations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is not the way to do, and this is not the way to run the economy and the treasury, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you want to know that there is something wrong with this supplementary tree, you don't need to go further than the report of the committee itself, Madam Speaker. The report of the committee has done a wonderful job. They have brought out all the issues that pertain to the way this thing has been done improperly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the minority leader has said, this is the first time we are dealing with the supplementary tree since I joined Parliament, and since Parliament started doing the budget making, have been granted the powers to do the budget making process, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is very clear here that Article 223 is being misused completely, because the whole amount of this supplementary 3 is under 223. We have just been brought here so that we can ratify it. Even if you don't ratify it, the money has been spent. There's nothing you can do about it. So, Madam Speaker, Article 223 was meant to cushion on emergency issues, issues that were unforeseen, not ordinary issues like what we're handling now, of paying Loyangalani, paying Sujui Nani. Madam Speaker, we have broken even the Public Finance Management Act. There are programs here that have shot above, exceeded the 10% threshold. 10% threshold. And it is a requirement of the law that they can only spend 10%. And now you can see they have brought here a supplementary budget that has shot above the 10%. Madam Speaker, as a parliament, as a law-making body that have made these laws, if we allow these things to continue, then that means there's no business of us being here to do these laws. These laws are made so that people can follow. We cannot allow Treasury to continue operating in this manner. As much as I am supporting, but it is my obligation and duty as a leader to point out that you have broken the law. We will not allow it again. And as for me, this will be the last time I will be supporting a supplementary budget that has broken the law under 223, or it has shot the 10% threshold that is required. Madam Speaker, actually I want to thank the committee of the budget because they have done extremely a good job, because they have pointed out, look, they are saying information has not been provided on how the additional expenditure will be financed. There is no information for additional source of revenue to finance additional expenditure, suggesting that financing will be accrued from debt. That means we're just living on debt. They have not provided, documents to prove even when, or for the committee to ascertain when the first withdrawal was done. These monies might have been used even at the beginning of the financial year. That is what is in the report. It's not me saying, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the Treasury must put the act together. I don't know whether it's out of incompetency. I don't know whether it is out of, utadu. The Parliament will approve whatever we do. We are not morticians here who come here. We are not morticians here who just rubber stamp whatever that happens. We have a cardinal responsibility and duty constitutionally to make sure that things are done in the right manner, Madam Speaker. I know I am making Ijongwa happy today, but that is why I want to inform him that we are not, I'm a cow, as I told you yesterday. I'm not retracting my statement. But the cow sometimes speaks the truth. The cow sometimes has to speak the truth. And that's why we're in Parliament. And I am doing this, I am doing this for the good of the country. I am doing this for the good of the government. Because I want the government to know, maybe it is Treasury who's misleading the other arms of government, that they are not following the law. And it's our responsibility to check, to oversight, to legislate. So what I am doing is part of oversight, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I can agree with these proposals of paying the health, the 5.8 billion, because I think the reason why we have supplementary 3 this time is because of the extraordinary times we are living in this financial year, because of the COVID problems and the coronavirus. Granted, so the health issue could be very important issue, but the other issues I'm seeing here, Madam Speaker, in the spirit of the handshake, let me just support this. And I'm urging my people that they must vote for this. Thank you so much. I have nothing to add.
Very interesting, Honorable Junet. You know, it's one thing for somebody to make disparaging remarks about somebody else, and another one for someone to disparage themselves with a cow story. That's what I'm talking about. But I think he has a right to describe himself whichever way. Let's have the Honorable Chair, Health, Honorable Sabina Chege.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, on the onset, I want to support. Though, Madam Speaker, as Honorable Junet has said, health has been one of the beneficiaries of this supplementary 3 because of the COVID pandemic. Notably that we have also gotten some money from donors that we had to put in the budget from Danida. But Madam Speaker, even though we have gotten the 5.8 billion, this is the money that has been allocated by the President to the counties. I'd like to urge members, as they go back to their constituencies, to just take time, because I know Senate, they're supposed to be oversighting what the counties are doing. But we need to be sure that the money that we are giving to the counties, the 5.8 billion, is being put into proper use, Madam Speaker. Because this is not little money, and I know some counties had already reserved some amount of money for COVID. We are anticipating that each county in this country will have at least 300 bed capacity hospital that can be used as isolation center for COVID. But we need to really interrogate and see whether this money that we are giving to the county is really being utilized for health purposes, Madam Speaker. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, we have given them 3.4 billion for the frontline health workers, which is quite encouraging. We needed even to boost their morale. So I'm happy that this money finally has been given to the health workers, the frontline health workers in the national and county governments. But Madam Speaker, there was the money that Honorable Wabogo alluded to, the money that was meant to go to the facilities, that money was reinforced by this Parliament. It is sad to note that since Parliament allocated this money, the money was not released to the facilities. And I think out of the wisdom of the ministry, they had requested some of this money, because, Madam Speaker, it was 3 billion. This 2 billion to be moved for the purposes of testing kits and reagents, and also to take care of the isolation facilities at KMTC. I'd like to urge the budget team that if there is a way we can be able to get the 700 million that had been requested for KMTC, because once we reinstated back this money to the facilities, then that means, Madam Speaker, then the KMTC, which we have been using mainly for the public for quarantine, will be left with a debt, Madam Speaker. But at the same time, the facilities that we sent the money to, or the ring-fenced money, the Committee on Health had allocated the money. And also, the government is also allocating money, for example, to the Coast General Hospital, so to the county of Mombasa, and to the county of Kisumu, which were the biggest beneficiary, to the county of Kitui. We only had 3 national referral facilities, MTRH, Kenyatta University, and also the Kenyatta Hospital, being given this money. So if I would find favor, maybe with the budget committee, we may need to reconsider that amount that was reinforced for COVID, the 3 billion, Madam Speaker, to be able to take care of the reagents and testing kits and the facilities.
Honorable Sabina, I see the Honorable Ishungwa is on a point of order. What is out of order, Honorable Ishungwa?
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry to have to interrupt the good lady, the Chair of Health, but on the question, Madam Speaker, of relevance, Honorable Speaker, because we are debating the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. What the Chair seems to be doing now is taking us back to her presentation before the Budget and Appropriations Committee prior even to the submission of this report, because I've had her justify the case for reallocating what was ring-fenced. And I think the leader of minority has gone to great lengths to explain to the House that these were funds that were ring-fenced by this House through a House resolution. And therefore, it is only this House, by resolution, Honorable Speaker, that can then undo what was done. What the chair now is doing is seemingly trying to re-justify, and I have heard her say that the hospitals that were allocated that COVID money have been allocated by the ministry. But remember, the House resolved by resolution to allocate this money for specific purposes, ring-fenced to provide PPEs to healthcare workers. You have seen, and the leader of minority, the minority whip has said, this morning, or rather I don't know when, EACC detectives raided KEMSA because of substandard things, PPEs that are being issued to our frontline health workers. As the people's representatives, the House chose to avail money to those particular hospitals to ensure that they acquire quality PPEs. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to beg that the chair stops dragging the House back and debate the report that is before the House.
Okay, Honorable Ishungo.
You know,
order members.
Madam Speaker.
Order. Honorable Sabina, I'm sure you know the rule on relevance. So you'll confine yourself to the debate and just clarify to the House that you are really on the motion.
I was actually on the motion, Madam Speaker. You know, nowadays, there's a bug that has beaten Honorable Ishungo of opposition, and so he has to oppose everything for the purpose of opposing. And we understand you, we feel you, Honorable Ishungo, all the best in that docket of being in opposition. But, Madam Speaker, you know this supplementary budget, you know, we just went through it today, and I was saying I support what the Budget Committee has done. I've also said that, or most of a similar sentiment, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, that part of what had been proposed from the ministry of reinstating the money that we might need, and that's why I said I would like guidance from the Budget Committee.
Honorable Junet, what is it? What is out of order again?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to inform Honorable Sabina.
Does she want to be informed?
Yeah, that Honorable Ishungwa is suffering from what is called withdrawal syndrome. He is withdrawing from government to the opposition. The last 1 week has been having problems, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Sabina, proceed. Honorable Sabina.
And so I want to thank the Budget Committee, Madam Speaker, for the work that they have done. And I want to assure the frontline health workers of this nation that they are safe now. And I'm very sure whatever we would not have covered within this supplementary 3, as we go into the new year, we will be able to reallocate. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support. But about withdrawal syndromes, I have no idea. Thank you.
Honorable Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to contribute. Even though the reference of withdrawal, I don't know what it means, probably my senior, especially for the former chair withdrawal, I don't know where he's withdrawing from, but only God knows. Honorable Speaker, I stand here to support the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, but I support with a bit of reservations. First of all, Honorable Speaker, it's unimaginable that 7 days to the end of the financial year, we are still talking about a supplementary budget. Even if it is to actualize the President's commitments to the counties to fund them, he made this commitment much way back. I thought this should have been captured much earlier. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, when you're talking about development budget, even though my party chair and the minority leader strenuously tried to explain that some of the requests are already committed, everybody wonders, 7 days to the end of the financial year, you are talking about development expenditure. How long will it take to go through the procurement process and expend this money? Are we literally just legislating or passing in vain, we are just legislating in vain, or is actually we are rubber stamping an action that has already been actualized? Is the House merely rubber stamping? Honorable Speaker, I would have imagined probably at this particular time that areas in this country that are facing extraordinary times, Busia County specifically, I would have imagined probably any kind of supplementary budget at this time of the day or the year should have actually tried to address the danger and the crisis that we have at the Busia border of Busia town and Malaba. As usual, we people from Busia are excluded where decisions are made. We'll carry our burden, we'll suffer silently. One day God will come to help us out. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I'm worried that indeed the Treasury and the Executive is misusing Parliament insofar as Article 2 to 3 is concerned. It's explicitly clear that should not exceed 10% of the initial budget. And of course, there's a rider that Parliament can approve a higher ceiling based on the circumstances. It is improbable to imagine that COVID could be such some circumstances that surely that requires us to provide funds to do things, nothing to do with the COVID, to do nothing that actually sounds like emergency. Probably it is time we members of Parliament really have the Budget Appropriation Committee needs to have a serious meeting with the CS and the PS and clearly explain to them the need to respect the Constitution, the need to respect members of Parliament, not to put us in a precarious situation that because of public good, we simply have to approve, otherwise then we are left holding the baby in our hands. Finally, I hope the various departmental committees will call these particular ministries and sagas to clearly account for this money. It's always a habit that these things done in a rush becomes an avenue for corruption. I just hope and pray that the stolen PPEs that were donated, the fake PPEs that have been in various stores, will not be used as a conduit to steal this money. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
The Honorable Shaban Namsi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although this supplementary is coming very late, I think these are extraordinary times that require extraordinary measures. But all the same, I think what is very, very important is the fact that whatever funds that are located to whatever facility or whichever ministry have got to be utilized for the good of the people of our country. Madam Speaker, we have seen quite a number of county governments doing the right thing, but we've also seen quite a number of county governments playing around and really, I would say, misusing funds which are meant to help our people. Madam Speaker, we come from a border county. I have seen a lot of problems at the border. We have seen a lot of problems in quite more than 3/4 of the counties in our country because of the number of patients who are increasing in their bounds. Yet, what our county governments are doing is just a joke. Most of the governors and their executives would sit down, reallocate funds, allocate funds to anything, including, they call it public participation, and we've not seen any public being involved in anything because during Corona times, nobody was having any meetings anywhere. Secondly, you would see money being used for supposed caravans, which are non-existent. Madam Speaker, so much money has been misused. Madam Speaker, this has got to stop. And from where the executive sits, His Excellency the President must crack the whip, because if he doesn't, then it will be too late for this country. Because as it is, we are just The crisis, we're just in the middle of it. We've not even gotten to the real levels of the crisis. And yet, it is very difficult for people to do the right thing. Madam Speaker, our frontline workers, the medical staff, are really suffering. Even when they ask for small minor things, like even batteries for the thermoguns, they can hardly access batteries for thermoguns. Madam Speaker, it is a shame. And we need to do something about it. As Parliament, as we are doing our oversight, we need to push the executive to make sure that funds which are being allocated are being properly used. Madam Speaker, I beg to support.
The Honorable Wandai Opio.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I will support this report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Supplementary Estimates 3. Of course, with a lot of reservations. Madam Speaker, from where I sit, as in the Public Accounts Committee, we have come to face a lot of challenges with these additional supplementary estimates. Madam Speaker, you know that once this Parliament, this House enacts an Appropriations Act, it gives the procuring agencies the go-ahead to commit funds, because then they have got a budget line officially. But what happens is that once you introduce these supplementary budget estimates, you kind of frustrate the budget execution process. And this is what actually leads to unnecessary pending bills that we have to confront every now and then. So it is an issue that this House must address conclusively in the fullness of time. But having said so, I'm also cognizant of the fact that we are living in extraordinary times that have been brought about by the raging COVID-19 pandemic. And on that account alone, I would support this report, especially on the matter of healthcare. On the matter of healthcare. But even as we support this on account of the healthcare provision, we must ask ourselves for how long our counties are going to be beset by the national government. Because if there is one thing that the COVID-19 has done, is to expose the soft underbelly of the county governments. It has caught them totally flat-footed in a manner that you cannot imagine. I'm refraining from mentioning counties' names for good reasons. For good reasons. I want to be on the right side of history, Madam Speaker. I'm hearing Siaya. But that is coming from members, not from me. Madam Speaker, I am one person who has been very hesitant at the prospect of reopening debate on Schedule 4 of the Constitution. And I'm sure members, you know what that schedule contains. It's the allocation of functions to the two levels of government. But with the way the county governments are handling the health function, I am beginning to have a second thought. Even though I know my party's official position is that health must remain devolved. Madam Speaker, the second issue is the matter of security. That's one reason why, again, I may want to support this. Madam Speaker, we must also give credit where it's due. In the recent past, we have had fairly stable situation security-wise in the country, despite the challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic. And I know that security is an integrated system. And therefore, if we fail to support the security surveillance system, we might have a problem. We might create a missing link, a weak link in the security system, which might cause us more problems. And therefore, I would want to support this report. But finally, Madam Speaker, this House must continue to protect the Constitution. And I'm beginning to think that we may need to reopen debate on the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution. I don't think for sure that it was the intention of the framers of the Constitution that that article would be used in the manner it is being used currently. And therefore, with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Leader of Majority, do you want to contribute? You know you have priority in contributing, unless, of course, you don't want to enjoy that priority.
No, thank you.
Because you are way down the list, so.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, I want to take very brief time because I would want as many members to share the little time that we have. And I want to, at the outset, say I support the report of the committee and really wish to congratulate the committee because it was only on Tuesday that I tabled the report. It was committed to them. They worked hard on it and actually produced a report under very difficult circumstances. And I want to assure this House that I was not exactly happy being brought supplementary 3 on Tuesday with only 2 days to process it, today and Tuesday next week. But be that as it may, I believe the House has already expressed itself, and I will also be taking up this with the Treasury so that at least we are seen to have enough lead time for the House to really interrogate and look at some of these things. Having said that, I've had members referring to Article 223. And the more people talk about it, the more I'm convinced that perhaps we have not quite internalized what 223 entails. And just for the benefit of the members who are here, Article 223 basically says that subject to clause 2 and 4, the national government may spend money that has not been appropriated in the two circumstances, which is that the amount appropriated for any purpose under the Appropriation Act is insufficient, or a need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated for that act, or money that has been withdrawn from the consolidated fund. And Madam Speaker, allow me to be, it's choking me. Madam Speaker, I believe the situation we are having here is that we are talking of money that has been, was not sufficient. For example, the amount for the commuter rail. We provided money in the initial budget. The supplementary 2 reduced it beyond the need that was there. And hence, now we are actually restating what was already in the previous allocation. So it's technically there's nothing wrong Treasury has done. Even in bringing supplementary 1, supplementary 2, supplementary 3, or even a supplementary 4. Because the Constitution basically says, whenever you spend money beyond what was appropriated, you must come to Parliament within 2 months and report it. What we want to urge Treasury to do is to get it right at the budgeting upfront. Because then we don't have to come like changing the budget every other day, much as it's allowed within the Constitution. And I will undertake to be part of that training process on behalf of the House, so that the new leadership of the Treasury can at least spend more time on the implementation rather than on doing supplementaries. And even this committee, we don't want the committees to be actually just on the budgeting throughout the whole year. We would want to spend most of the time on the oversight after the budget, rather than just reviewing budget after budget. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to highlight that perhaps that legally they are okay, but administratively, it's not the kind of thing we would want to encourage. And certainly, it's not the kind of thing I would want to be pleading with members to stay here beyond their time. And I really want to thank the members for creating this session. because of a crisis that has been created by somebody else that could have been averted had even these figures been brought last week, then we would have even sorted things better. So, Madam Speaker, with those words, I want to support and ask members that perhaps we need to speed up this so that we can also include one or two other businesses today for another 10 minutes and go home feeling that this session was well worth then extending. But I would hope that we can fast track this now. Then we clear. I don't want to invoke Standing Order 95, but I would want to wish members to help that we finish this soon and move to the next item.
Honorable Peter Kaluma.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry. I join issues with all members who have raised
Honorable
concern.
Gikaria, what is it? Honorable Gikaria?
I'm taking 1 minute.
Okay.
Honorable Gikaria?
Honorable Speaker, sorry. I wanted to make a plea to the Budget Committee because of the rejection of the 1.16 billion for Longalayani. And I have reasons, Honorable Chair, if you would allow me, as a committee, so that maybe
Okay, Honorable Gikaria, I understand the interest with your committee.
Correct.
But let the Honorable
Thank you.
Kaluma
Thank you, Chair.
prosecute his...
Yes, and Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be very brief to allow colleagues time to say something. Madam Speaker, I was saying I join issues with colleagues who have raised concerns about these multiple supplementary budgets and the lateness of this particular estimate. But Madam Speaker, I also join members in supporting. Madam Speaker, those aspects dealing with security came before the Administration National Security Committee yesterday. Madam Speaker, allow me to urge members that there is among them what the budget for security surveillance, which is money being paid to the provider of that system. Madam Speaker and members, just today, there is a video circulating of a person being robbed somewhere in Kilimani in broad daylight. We are only able to see it and we are only able to track it because of that surveillance. Madam Speaker, the committee is alive and we did authorize our chair to liaise with the budget committee and confirm it to them that there is the danger and real apprehension that if that money going for security surveillance is not appropriated by this House in the manner proposed, then that critical security system is going to be suspended. Madam Speaker, the very, very seriousness of that matter is also those matters within the administration and security docket in the budget. For that reason and many others that the members are alive to, and for the sake of saving time, Madam Speaker, I request members that we bend backwards as a House on this particular occasion, also taking into account the situation the country is in, but we undertake to guard the measures around the Constitution, Article 223 in future. I therefore support and urge colleagues, for the sake of security, more so during this pandemic, where people are being robbed in broad daylight, and we need adequate measures around those issues to support this thing. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Gikaria?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to invoke the Standing Order 235 that talks about the presentation of budget estimates and committed to committees, and the Article 243 that talks about the supplementary estimates. Honorable Speaker, if you had the chair, and I want to appreciate what has been said. Honorable Chair, if you listen to the chair when he was moving, he said that the chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, when he was moving this motion, he did allude to the fact that as committees, these are unprecedented times, and we totally agree. And our committee, we didn't have an opportunity to be able to go before
the Budget and Appropriation Committee to try and justify this allocation of 1,160,000,000 shillings. But almost with that notwithstanding, Honorable Chair, I totally agree with what Honorable Junet was talking about, and our committee did allude to the fact that Article 223, and again as explained by the Majority Leader, we understand, but we made a recommendation, Honorable, that is, it needs to be looked into seriously, that this article is being misused at some point, and it is important for us, and the Speaker did rule just the other day when we had, and I think it was the recommendation of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, that justification must be brought for purposes, evidence to show payments was actually made and the purpose. Secondly, Honorable Chair, and this one again I would want you to make a ruling as a Speaker, is that in the past, in the 11th Parliament, Honorable Chair, when we were doing vetting of Cabinet Secretaries, and assuming our Cabinet Secretary is vetted today, would he still be vetted or she be vetted in the coming next Parliament? And I think a decision was reached to a point that we no longer vet Cabinet Secretaries who are being reappointed in the other Parliament. They don't have to necessarily go through. And that is the other thing that, Honourable Speaker, I want you to make a ruling, is that when an approval by a committee, by the Budget and Appropriation Committee and the House has been done on a matter, does it have to come back for approval again, if it has to go? And I'm saying this, Honourable Chair, is that this payment it was a payment meant for 2018-2019, which was approved towards the weird days, just like today, towards the very last minutes. And it was approved by committee, approved by the Budget and Appropriation and the House, but the payment came in the subsequent financial year. Then, when it comes in the subsequent financial year, then again it is subjected again back to, to be considered again for approval. And I think, Honourable Speaker, that is something that you need to make a ruling, because we had already gotten an approval for the same, where we had agreed that it should be paid, but again, because it was paid on the 1st of August in 2019, then it is seeking. But all the same, that notwithstanding.
What's out of order?
I'm just asking if it is.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. I hear the Chair for Energy making his submissions, and I want to say that the Chair is completely misleading the House. The very Chair, on more than one occasion, has presented a report to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And in his report, they are the ones who advised the Budget and Appropriations Committee not to approve the very amount. So when he comes now and says that it has been approved and we are seeking, approval over, it's not the case. There was a resolution towards that very, very payment that they needed to do due diligence. And the last time he appeared before the Budget and Appropriations Committee, in which I sit in, Madam Speaker, the Chair was asked to present a finding of the due diligence, because he was asked to do an audit of the whole payment. So for him to come here and say that we are playing a game of musical chairs, I just want to say, Madam Speaker, that the Chair is completely out of order and is misleading the House.
Honourable Gikaria.
Honourable Speaker, I am a very competent Chair. And Honourable Speaker, I will bring minutes to that effect that we approved. I'm talking about now 2018-2019, to that effect. But for this other one, as Honourable Chair has alluded to the fact that when it came back, Honourable Chair was not in the meeting. Then, that is the last financial year when they were looking into the supplementary budget for the one that we are talking about. And that is when this committee did make that recommendation. And I totally agree with that. But the very first one, which I'll bring minutes to that effect, that did approve, because I remember we did a budget on that. But at the same time, Honourable Chair, Honourable Speaker, is to plead with the Budget Committee, because we have evidence and we have facts that we have now sat as a committee, Honourable Chair, we have sat down as a committee and we have agreed that it should be regularized. Can we be allowed
Are you also on a point of order, Honorable Junet? And then I'll give you Honorable Ishungwa.
Yeah.
Just as
Madam
I'll
Speaker.
give it to you later.
Madam Speaker, I want to help the chair. Madam Speaker, I want to help the chair of Energy Committee that he's pleading with the House. After all, the payment he's asking the House to approve is part of 223, the ones that have already been paid. So as a chair, I plead with the House that because he's in charge of that departmental committee, we put it as part of the approval. You bring amendment in the next subsequent sitting, and I plead with the House that let us just help the chair, because he just wants to make his department tidy. After all, the money was paid to Leongalani, even if we refuse.
Honorable Gikaria, are you done with your contribution?
I want to thank Junet, and that is our plea.
Actually, your time is over. Just
Yes.
wind up. Wind up.
The money has already been paid, and as Junet puts it, I'm just pleading with the House we'll bring an amendment during the appropriation, and then it can be approved. Thank you.
Honorable Chesire. Chariot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, you got me almost having lost hope of talking, but thank you so much. I just wanted, Madam Speaker, to allude to this matter that these funds that is actually allocated to the counties is bringing a lot of trouble in our thinking, especially as Health Committee, Madam Speaker, is that sometimes we find ourselves a bit helpless, and it was important for the Budget Committee to also tell us whether they have interrogated and found out how much money, even before maybe giving out these 5.8 billion, how much money had the counties allocated for COVID? Because you see, we can't be actually taking funds left, right, center, and as if the funds they already allocated isn't anything to the taxpayer. It is important to note, and Madam Chair, even this 5.8 million, it is important for us as a committee to also know how is it going to be paid. Is it going directly to the counties, or it is going through the ministry? Because that is also something that is amiss. So, Madam Chair, it is also important to get to know the mechanisms through which these funds can be followed and established that has been used in the right manner. Because, Madam Speaker, we come from these counties whereby, even after being told money has been allocated, like, for example, I give example of my county. The rumor has it that there before they had allocated 200 million. Before, when they had a meeting at the State House and they were given another addition of 84 million. So that is around 284 million. But the question is, do we see it within the people? As in, if you sit or walk around your constituency or the county, are you seeing the money? Because we have to see something that actually shows there's funds around that is doing something for COVID. So, Madam Speaker, we have a lot to do as a House. And if we are really oversighting, it is important that we go to the details of it, because nowadays, Madam Speaker, we are talking of billions as if it is just a coin. It is, I mean, billions. I heard of billions the other day. The late Samichuki, may his soul rest in peace, actually alluded sometimes and said, 1 billion, if you give to somebody for free 1 billion, that person will be able to withdraw at least 1 million per day for the next 83 years. But when it comes to this House, when we talk of billions, we talk as if, I don't know, we are reducing money to something very small, and we allocate and as if nothing is happening. So if we are really oversighting, Madam Speaker, it is important for this House to look for mechanism of actually making sure that these funds that goes to the counties, either through the ministry or direct to them, that it reaches the people and gives the trust and honest that we really want to see, so that we don't just look like a house of just piping money so that it ends up in a corrupt manner. So, Madam Speaker, to me, it is important, yes, we needed this money like never before. But the other question also remains, Madam Speaker, is the way my colleagues are putting, within these 7 days, okay, some money has been spent, some have not. The ones the Treasury might have spent and given out to the county, but have the county spent the money so far? That's another question that we need to ask ourselves. So for me, Madam Speaker, it is true we are living in extraordinary times, that we need extraordinary solutions so that we make the country actually cushion itself from the pandemic. But Madam Speaker, we shouldn't actually put this as an excuse and rob Kenyans from their money. Because, Madam Speaker, it is not only about the disease. We have many other things that are disturbing our people, and hunger among them is the issue that is disturbing our people. Another thing, floods and so forth. So we can't only be talking of COVID, as if other things are being actually sorted by COVID. We have other things to do, and money has many other functions that can assist our people. So with those many remarks, Madam Speaker, I support with a lot of reservations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Lishunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And unlike the expectations of a few, I rise to support this report. I know there are those who expect otherwise. Sorry to them. But I want to just educate the member who has just finished speaking, the member from Baringo. You cannot spend 1 billion shillings withdrawing 1 million shillings over 83 years. Simple arithmetics will tell you that cannot happen. 1 billion shillings, if you were to withdraw 1 million every day, you only need 3 years. It's just 365 million shillings a year. Two, Honorable Speaker, she has raised a pertinent issue on the question of the 5.8 billion that is going to counties. And it's also good to inform her that the 5.8 billion is part of what His Excellency the President promised and committed to counties before or at the time we were doing supplementary 2, and therefore that money has already been paid out under Article 223. And that's what Honorable Kimunya is telling you, that what may not have been appropriated because the 5.8 billion at the time the President announced had not been appropriated. And therefore that money has already been paid out under Article 223 and is justified. But that, Honorable Speaker, does not negate the fact that Article 223 of our Constitution is being abused, not even being misused. We have said it, Honorable Speaker. I'm also choking like the leader of my majority. It is not just being misused, it is being abused. And it's not just Article 223 of the Constitution that is being abused. And our last 2 reports have spoken at length on the purported misuse or abuse of Article 223. Honorable Speaker, Article 201 of our Constitution is also quite clear on the principles of public finance, and what we are speaking about now is public finance. And 201A says that there shall be openness and accountability, including public participation in financial matters. You must therefore ask ourselves as a House, Honorable Speaker, that as a House of procedures and the rule of law, whether we are adhering to Article 201 of the Constitution. As we pass this supplementary 3 appropriations next week, will it have gone through public participation in line with Article 201 of the Constitution and in line with the Public Finance Management Act that we have passed in this House? Those are questions that we must ask ourselves. Even as the Honorable Junaid says, we are in the era of handshake. The handshake does not replace the Constitution. The handshake did not come to replace our own statutes. We must adhere to the rule of law. We must adhere to our Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the other issue I want to speak to is the issue that the Honorable Chair, Energy, has spoken to, the 1.16 billion to Loyangalani Suswa line. It is true that indeed that money has already been paid. However, as the member for Uriri, Honorable Nyamita, said, it's not that the chair was really misleading the House, maybe it's the way he was explaining it. And indeed, it is true that the money had already been paid out. However, there is a resolution by this House, a resolution that emanated from a resolution that came from a report of the Energy Committee, that amount not be approved until an audit is done and maybe reported to them. So I wanted to advise the chair, as the Honorable Junet has advised him, maybe on record as chair of the committee, because that resolution emanated from a report by your committee. What you need to do is move an amendment and put it on record before this House that you are now satisfied as the Energy Committee that there is no impropriety, that that money is rightfully paid. And once you do that, I think this House has powers to negate its own resolution, and that would be the best way to clean it up. However, we must be cautious on things that are paid under Article 223. I have mentioned here before, the Ruaraka land scandal came under 223. This Loyangalani Suswa, the first supplementary in 2017-2018, we approved 5.7 billion shillings. 5.7 billion shillings that was not going to provide power to the people of Kenya. 5.7 billion shillings that was going to pay for penalties for deemed energy because we slackened in the implementation of government projects. And that begs the question that the member for Funyula was asking, or someone else raised. When we bring all the supplementary budgets and withdraw, I think is Honorable Pio and I, we slow down the implementation of projects, create pending bills, and create the kind of problems that you are seeing with the Loyangalani Suswa. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the committee's report and insist that we be a house that follows the Constitution.
Dr. Makali?
Which one? Which one now?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was almost giving up. I must really say thank you. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues
You don't need to give up members because
in supporting this.
There's a lot of interest.
Thank you.
There's a lot of interest in the bill, in the motion.
Yeah.
And there's time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to join my colleagues in supporting this motion. And just as they are saying that, Honorable Speaker, we must make some observations because I think we really need to improve, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, looking at the timing of this Supplementary Budget 3, despite the issue of COVID-19 and all of us saying we are living in abnormal times, I think this Supplementary 3, Honorable Speaker, coming only about 7 days to the end of the financial year, raises serious credibility issues of the budget-making process. And I think really we can't bury our heads and say that this is the way we want to go, Honorable Speaker. So I think as we move forward, Honorable Speaker, because Kenya is a country, will be compared with other countries in terms of how they manage their budgets. And when you look at the way the budgets are managed in other countries, because we are not an isolated country. We are part of the Commonwealth, we are part of the international community, and there are lots of people who analyze how budgets are being done in countries. I think we'll start scoring low in terms of budget making, and we are putting the issue of credibility at risk. So I really urge Treasury to improve on this area. And I like what Honorable Kimunya was saying, that this is an area you can engage Treasury, being the majority leader, to make sure that we improve it. The second point, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the 2223. Well, I agree that room is provided that you can spend and then come to Parliament for regularization. It is important that even as we regularize as a House, Honorable Speaker, that we make sure that these payments are payments which are going to help Kenyans. We don't want just regularize payments, Honorable Speaker, which at the end of the day might be ending to people's pockets. And I think this is what people are saying. The time has come as a House that the departmental committees take the work of oversight seriously. Because even when you hear Honorable Gikaria talk, he is the same person who recommended that we demand for an audit. And now he's saying as things have been done correctly, but we need to see a report in this House so that once they clear that particular resolution, we'll approve the money to be released. But we can't allow the money to be released without such a report. The third point, Honorable Speaker, is when you look at some of the proposals, and I really think that Honorable Kimunya, having been a cabinet secretary in Treasury, you need to help your colleague who is there. When you look at this supplementary budget, Honorable Speaker, there is money which has been allocated to purchase vehicles. There was a proposal to allocate money to purchase office furniture and general equipment. There was money which was being proposed to go to research and feasibility studies. And there was money which has been proposed to procure fuel oil and lubricants. And you ask yourself,
When you look at the whole process of procurement, at what time do they advertise for a tender? At what time do they process the tenders? At what time do they award the tender? And what time do they get the goods being delivered? And where is the time even to make the payment? So to me, I think these are the kind of things we are saying, Honorable Speaker, that even as a House, Treasury is trying to put us in an awkward position. And Kenyans are watching. You know, Kenyans are watching what is happening. And I really want to say that it is important we improve our discipline in terms of budget making. And this can only work when Treasury does their work correctly and in good time. Because now time has come when they want their own emergencies to become emergencies of this House. That we can't have our own calendar in terms of budget making, is that when they fail to plan that side, they want us also to be able to fail to plan. And it is obvious, Madam Speaker. People can choose to plan not to plan to fail. You know, the thing is, to me, when I look at this, I say, is this an attempt of really people planning to fail? And I see some signs. And I want to encourage Treasury to make sure that they plan not to fail. Because if you plan not to fail, then you do things correctly. So even despite those observations, Madam Speaker, I want to say I support the Supplementary Budget 3.
Member for Ndarago, Honorable Kioni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me, on the onset, also start by saying that I support this Supplementary 3. I'll say the following 3 or 4 things. One is that when we gave ourselves the new constitution, 2 fundamental changes happened. One is when we didn't, or we allowed ourselves to have cabinet ministers or the cabinet secretaries appointed from outside the floor of this House. The second one is that we gave ourselves the major responsibility of budget making. Madam Speaker, as a committee, CIOC, we are now in a process of evaluating the status of implementation of our constitution. And I fear that one of the findings will be that Parliament has failed in its responsibility in implementing the constitution that we gave ourselves 2010. Even as I support this, Madam Speaker, we have heard from those who have spoken before me on the issue of Article 223, and I agree that we are misusing it. But on top of that, I think the Budget Committee has helped us misuse Article 223. The Budget Committee has helped us get to where we are, and the Budget Committee, in a big way, is actually frustrating the implementation of the Constitution because of the way we are taking this budget. The fact that we now know for a fact that we have pork barrel politics within the Budget Committee, you have completely sold your birthright. When you allow yourself to be played those unconstitutional politics in your committee, the executive will be happy to do what they are doing to us at this 11th hour. My son was asking me last night, what is this supplementary budget? I thought you passed the budget the other day. So even ordinary laymen out there can tell that something is not right. We have lamented here the whole afternoon, the whole evening, and all that we are doing is to sound like we are doing anything better. But in the process, we are actually saying that we are actually hopeless, because we just come to regularize what has been done. If the ministry knew for even 1 minute that we could say no, they would not have done what they have done to us. But now they know that these fellas will agree for another sitting in the night. They will regularize what we have already done, and this will happen again next year. So as members of Parliament, we must wake up so that Kenyans can benefit from this 2010 Constitution. And it is a good Constitution, but we are making nonsense out of it. What is it that we are doing here tonight? And we are here, I should have gone home, just to come and say, like we are being told, even Kikaria, even reading standing orders, trying to say that what he did not do, we should all be brought to do it with him. But Mr. Speaker, I agree We are not in the times that we are used to. But if you look at this supplementary budget, you are looking at Roman 1 and perhaps Roman 8. Those are the issues that relate to the extraordinary times, the COVID-19. The other issues are issues that should have been managed by ministers who are doing their work well, and by a committee of budget that would have put the ministry on the spot. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, let me say this. Under the old constitution, any minister would have cost us this kind of an embarrassment in the night. There was a penalty. And it was just £1. We would knock off £1 from the budget. And against that penalty by Parliament, the President would take action against that minister. Today, I can assure you that this will be done on us again next year. But I think it is important that we call upon the ministries to wake up. But I can only speak to our committee. As it is being reconstituted, I know people are all, everybody wants to go into budget committee so that they can be part of this pork barrel thing. And pork barrel, Madam Speaker, is where members of Parliament allocate themselves money directed to their constituencies outside the proper procedures. That's unconstitutional. You cannot be trusted to do any other work in a proper way. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Samburu. Samburu, Honorable Ntoimanga.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for
What is out of order, Honorable
giving me-
Mwathi? Just a minute, Honorable Ntoimanga.
Honorable Speaker, I have listened to everybody speaking, and most of them are supporting. And I was standing on a point of order, under Standing Order 95, that I persuade you that you invoke that standing order to call the mover to reply. I thank you.
Very well, Honorable Mwathi. That's in order, but let's have the Honorable Ntoimanga to finish.
Thank you so much, Madam
And then we
Speaker,
can move to that motion.
for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I don't want to delay on the issue of supplementary, but from my experience and my training, supplementaries are done only, it used to be done only in February, actually, only once in one financial year. But this supplementary that we are going through now has come because of habit we have formed for the last 3 years. I remember 2 years ago, even before we operationalize the budget that was passed in June, we put a supplementary maybe around September. And the supplementaries are always, as we all know, are meant to actually address unforeseen circumstances, things that were not taken care of during the budget. And these sometimes are, in my experience, issues of war, pandemics like COVID, floods, drought, and any other unforeseen circumstances that were not covered during the actual budget making. So supplementary is becoming meaningless. It's becoming uncalled for. And maybe it's meant to create spending spree. So I think this House should start looking critically when do we have a supplementary, so that we don't create a situation where we become rubber stamping. Madam Speaker, on the issue of health, so that I can go quickly, I think I support this supplementary because of the COVID. If it were not for COVID, then we would have actually objected to this supplementary. On health, I've heard members talking so much about health. It's important to address the issue of health and to fund. But, Madam Speaker, I've seen the counties that are being addressed, that are being given money. Some of our counties are not mentioned, and some like Samburu. Samburu is far away from Nairobi. And around us, like Ipia, Marsabit, Turkana, across the lake, they have all reported positive cases. We have not reported the positive case. And it's not that we don't have positive cases. It's because there is no testing. I'm certain about that. The testing, where testing is done, is more than 600 kilometers away from Samburu. So I thought some of these cases, like counties that have not reported any positive cases, should be protected, should be equipped. We don't have a single ICU bed in Samburu. So we should have actually invested more on counties that have not reported any positive cases to prevent it to happen again. So I think, and this budget, this supplementary budget, I don't think it's cast on stone. If the committee brings the supplementary report in the plenary, we have a right to amend it. We have a right to discuss it and also put an input on it. Let us not be cucked that you should not bring an amendment. Why not? We should be allowed to do that. Lastly, Loyangalani Suswa line. Madam Speaker, we are the source of that wind energy, Samburu and Marsabit. Actually, the wind energy is in my constituency. Part of it is in my constituency. And when I hear, even if I don't have facts, when I hear budget being cut for the Yangalani line, I get shocked because this line, apart being the source of the energy being in my constituency and in neighboring constituency, it has never been stepped down. We don't benefit from the energy. Yet it transpasses 200 kilometers right across Samburu County. We have nothing. We have, in Samburu North, I only have one generator in Baragoi. The rest of the constituency is in darkness. Yet I can see these transformers, or rather this big line, going ahead across us and consuming most of our land, even if we are paid some compensation. So I think the Energy Committee plus this House should help us to get also. There was a time the President launched when he launched the line, he promised that the line should also be extended from Sarima, where the source is, to Southor. Nothing has happened since 1 year ago. So, Madam Speaker, we need to address some of these things that are pertinent to our people and people who are really beneficiaries, or rather, the source of this particular energy. Thank you so much.
I can see a member who is so aggressively trying to catch my attention. I'll give you 2 minutes, Honorable Zuleha, and then we close with a motion by the Honorable Mwathi. What's the number of your seat? 133.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii ya kuchangia hoja hii, na nataka kuanza kusema kuwa naunga mkono ripoti ya kamati ya bajeti. Licha ya changamoto zilizotajwa na wabunge wenzangu, nafurahika sana ya kuwa wafanyakazi katika sekta ya afya ya humu nchini wameweza kupewa kugawanyiwa senti za kuweza kusaidia kununuliwa vifaa za wao kujikinga na maradhi ya corona, na pia kuongezewa pesa au marupurupu kuwasaidia kupigana na changamoto za kibinafsi ambazo zinawakumba kwa sababu ya kupigana na ugonjwa huu wa corona. Na pia nimejua zaidi toka na hapo, najua na nimeleta hoja tofauti bungeni kuhusiana na masuala ya afya na Wakenya wa kawaida vile wanavyoteseka na sekta hii ya afya ya kuwa haiendeshwi vizuri katika kaunti zetu tofauti. Lakini nimejua zaidi kwa sababu hapa juzi nasikitika kusema kuwa kakangu ambao ni daktari katika hospitali ya Coast General, hospitali ya Coast General huko Mombasa County, aliweza na yeye kushikwa na huu ugonjwa wa corona na akaugua. Nashukuru alipoa na hakuhitaji kuenda ICU, na sasa bado yuko humo ndani kwa sababu anasubiri kupimwa tena kuonekana kuwa hana magonjwa haya. Kwa hivyo masuala ya wafanyikazi wa afya katika serikali ni muhimu sana, na ni kweli kuwa wanaumia pamoja na familia zao, na kwa sababu ya kutuhudumia sisi Wakenya wengine na kuhakikisha kuwa maradhi haya hayataenea ama kusambaa kote nchini. Kwa hivyo na furahishwa sana na rais kuweza kutoa mgao huu. Na pia nataka kusisitiza kamati ya afya ya hapa bungeni na pia bunge la seneti kwa hakikishe kuwa hizi fedha zifike kule zilikolengwa, na zisiliwe kama vile ama zisiharibiwe vile ambazo zimekuwa zikiharibiwa. Na mwisho, kama nakubalika kwa muda, nataka kumuunga mkono dadangu Mheshimiwa Honorable Gladwell kutoka Baringo aliposema kuwa bilioni saa nyingine kwenye serikali tunaizungumza kama ni pesa kidogo sana, na najua Mheshimiwa Uchungu alijaribu kukurekebisha kidogo, lakini nataka kusema kwa Mkenya wa kawaida bilioni moja, nataka kubaliana na Mheshimiwa Gladwell, bilioni moja akitoa shilingi 1,000 kila siku, Mkenya wa kawaida atatumia hiyo pesa kwa miaka 2,739. Kwa hivyo ni pesa nyingi sana, na naomba tujizatiti kama bunge kuhakikisha kuwa hizi fedha zinafika kule zinazostahili. Asante sana Madam Speaker kwa kunipa nafasi hii.
Order, members. Order. We cannot ignore the motion moved by the Honorable Mwathi, which is a motion to call upon the mover to reply. And with that, I go on to put the question, which is that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Let's have the mover, Honorable Lesonet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, once more for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to thank members for their good contribution, and especially for keeping themselves up to the point, only to the extent of the supplementary estimate 3. They did not digress, they did not, and Mr. Speaker, very exciting that a report tabled this afternoon has been read by the members. And with that, Madam Speaker, I've taken note of issues which we did not capture during the report writing, specifically, Madam Speaker, because we did not get time to listen to the chairs. I've heard the chair of Energy Committee to the extent of their 1.1 billion shillings, which has been spent through 223. I have heard the Honorable Junet lobbying the House that we need to approve all payments which have been made under 223, so that as we start the new financial year next week, we shall have closed the books of 2019-2020 properly. And Madam Speaker, to that extent, the committee that I now lead and that I preside over will be looking at the submissions to this House by Honorable Kikaria, the further information we've gotten from Defense to the extent of 1.9 billion shillings, Madam Speaker, which equally has been paid using that 223. And Madam Speaker, very importantly, the 2.37 billion, which has been paid on the social housing program around Mukuru slums. Madam Speaker, you must have read, and members must have read in our report, that that amount of money is basically towards the Kasim Tani, which is going on within that particular area, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am alluding that when we shall be moving the appropriation bill on Tuesday, Madam Speaker, we are going to do an amendment of this particular report. And I will be calling upon members who are here this evening to come and support those particular amendments so that we can close. And this year, Madam Speaker, is very special. It is the year of COVID, the year of many changes, both in this House and in National Treasury. I hope going forward in the year 2020, 2021, we should be able to make sure that there is no supplementary 3, Madam Speaker. And with those remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to reply. I thank you.
Order, members. Order. Is that the member for no, Dagoretti? Yes, the member for Kieni is fine. Honorable members, I go on to put the question, which is that this House adopts a report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the third supplementary estimates for the financial year 2019-2020 laid on the table of the House on Thursday, June 25th, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 44 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, Public Finance Management Regulation 40 and Standing Order 243, 1, approves an increment of the total recurrent expenditure for financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 9,232,000,000 in respect of the votes specified. 2, approves an increment of the total development expenditure for the financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 2,068,000,000 in respect of the votes specified. 3, approves an overall increase in the total budget for financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 11,300,000,000 in respect of the votes as specified. And 4, rejects the reallocations in the said third supplementary estimates, including those intended to affect the ring-fenced funds under the Ministry of Health, and necessary adjustments be made before publication of the resultant supplementary appropriation bill 2020. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next orders, I will call upon the leader of majority to pronounce himself on orders number 9, 10, and 11.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as I pronounce myself on these orders, I want to thank the House for, first of all, the excitement that has been on this supplementary. We had anticipated that perhaps we would finish it within an hour and then move on to other business. But looking at the time, I know we're almost getting into 9 o'clock, and I'm aware that sugar levels may be going down. So I want to ask that we step down number 9, 10, and 11, and we consider those on Tuesday morning so that members can have an opportunity to replenish their energies and also to reunite with their families before the curfew.
Very well. Accordingly, we have orders 9, 10, and 11 stepped down until when they next appear on the order paper. Honorable members, the time being 8:42 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 30th June 2020 at 10 a.m.
Alikuwa ananiambia 30 but me I'm seeing 2.